growing up. So how do we address that in a more concrete manner? And how do we ensure that the youth of this current generation of tomorrow can have a better understanding of that gap between gender and climate? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And at 19, that's great. So let's have 109. 109.
Is it 119? My name is Jacqueline Brold. I work with the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and thank you very much for all your contributions, very important. My question was, or my reflection was for you, particularly Angie, your reflection on moving beyond the sort of headlines of not just speaking about women being vulnerable, but to really understand the data. And I was just curious whether you've come across more specifically what kind of data we then miss, because I think it's much easier to look at what we have, but to really identify the data gaps. So either if you or others in the panel have sort of concrete sort of insights and examples of aspects of data that we really need to focus on digging out. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a lady behind there who's got a color like me, but braided hair. I don't see your number. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask the question, and thank you, speakers, for sharing your experiences and your insights. My question goes to the speaker from Guatemala. And yeah, I was very much interested in the gender action plan that you're developing for Guatemala and how you are mainstreaming gender in the NDCs, the way you explained it. I wanted to know if you could share more of your experience of this process. What I have learned, and with experience, mostly it's very difficult to get gender to be mainstreamed that way in NDCs, and mostly what you would see is that there's just a section on gender and talking about what gender activities would be conducted as part of the NDC, but it's very difficult to see it mainstream in all of this, so in adaptation and mitigation. And if I understood right, this is the approach that you're using for what you're doing in Guatemala. So I wanted to know if you can share more insight on what your experience has been, what approach you have used, and how you have been successful in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me give to the panelists now. I think I was a bit too generous, more than 4 questions. So let's start with my young lady out there. Yeah.
Okay, nice to, well, be the first. I want to say that I'm really grateful because I'm not the youngest anymore. Usually I'm in these conferences and I feel so overwhelmed and so confused and I feel so bad about myself because I'm the youngest one. I'm like, oh my God, this is too much, this is so great. But I'm glad you're the youngest one. But that said, I wanted to say that sort of I relate with that. And I don't think it's really an issue of resources, because you said that the US really has a lot of resources, but even though the gap is there, I think for me, I grew really frustrated with that because at the time when I was 13, I started sort of grassroots. I started marching, manifesting, striking, and I was trying to tell my teachers and create an environment club in my school and tell my educators that climate change is real, that they should teach me about it. But then at some point, I realized that was not going to work because my teachers were not interested, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to educate myself on this. And I've started educating myself on this and about climate change in general. And again, I didn't come across the gender intersection. But what I realized, because I was able to at least educate myself and I had access to a lot of resources because I speak English, and I work with a lot of organizations, and so I have access to opportunities, resources, etc. I decided to share those, and specifically I created my own initiative, which is the regional youth governments within an already existing initiative, the Moroccan youth governments, and I've been working with young people throughout all of the regions of Morocco and empowering them, mobilizing them for climate change in general. But then the gender is still not there. The gender came in when, well, literally last year when I joined the UNFCCC Women and Gender Constituency, and I invite you to join. I invite everyone here to join, even if you identify as a woman, if you don't identify as a woman, if you are interested in advocating for women, please join us within the last year. And this is something that I wanted to talk about because I thought there would be another question. When we're talking about, very, very quickly about the Women and Gender Constituency, please go to womenandgender.org and you can find more about how to join us. Everyone is welcome from all regions. But something that I really wanted to highlight is that women in different parts of the world face different challenges. And I'm realizing this because I worked within the Women and Gender Constituency, within the UNFCCC, we had a specific MENA task force because COP this year is organized within the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa. And so we decided to advocate for women and understand and gather data about women from the region, but then that was the hardest task ever. Like, I'm not even kidding. That was the hardest thing ever because we were able to find data about women, for example, the gender equality intersection with climate change, about women, for example, in Europe or in the global north, but then there was nothing in the global south and even specifically within the MENA region. And so this is like a very personal reflection because I live in the region and it breaks my heart that women in my region are not reflected in data, women in my region are not reflected in advocacy. And so this is a call to sort of really think about climate action and gender equality in a more regionalized way, recognizing that people in the global north, global south, recognizing that climate justice aspect to it, and recognizing that everyone is affected differently across all regions, and the data should definitely reflect that. And again, please join us. It's womenandgender.org. It's the UNFCCC Women and Gender Constituency. It's the best constituency across the conventions. Yes. So please join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Guatemala. I think you had quite a number of questions. If you could go ahead and answer them.
Trataré de dar respuesta. Esto me emociona porque quisiera hablar de todo el plan, pero eso me llevaría mucho tiempo. Les contaba que hicimos una priorización de los sectores de la NDC de Guatemala y entonces tenemos 5 sectores. Trabajamos género y agricultura, género marino costero, género energía, género bosques y áreas protegidas y género cuencas hidrográficas. Entonces tenemos esos 5 sectores y en cada uno de esos sectores, contestando acá al compañero de Panamá, incluimos los indicadores en cada sector, como cuántas mujeres poseedoras de tierra es el indicador más difícil. No encontramos indicadores donde nos digan cuántas mujeres son propietarias, ¿verdad? Entonces tenemos algunas acciones ahí, cuántas mujeres tienen acceso a los servicios de agricultura que están en las instituciones, ¿verdad? Hay unas mesas agroclimáticas, entonces metimos un indicador para agregar participación de mujeres dentro de las mesas climáticas. En el tema energético es donde más nos costó encontrar información. Dicen que ese sector no es para las mujeres, así que con Lorena y el equipo, y que energía no tiene género, como decían al principio el tema de cambio climático los científicos, ¿verdad? Que esto no afectaba y que no tenía género. Entonces empezamos a meter indicadores y tenemos un programa que yo espero conseguirle fondos que se llama Niñas Ingeniosas y queremos meter más mujeres en el tema de ingenierías, ¿verdad? Que nos han dicho que las mujeres no somos para esas carreras. Tenemos mujeres fontaneras, entonces metimos un indicador allí para ver el tema de mujeres fontaneras. Y metimos, digamos, cuántas mujeres tienen acceso a los beneficios que dan cuando cuidan el bosque. Y en el tema de áreas protegidas tenemos un programa interesante también de mujeres bomberas. Les cuento que Guatemala tiene muchos problemas de incendios forestales y más en el área en el tiempo de verano. En Guatemala solo tenemos verano e invierno. Y las mujeres son las que se quedan en su casa porque sus esposos migran, pero a ellas no las capacitan en tema de incendios forestales. Entonces tenemos un programa ahí, entonces tenemos el indicador, ¿verdad? Y así les podría decir muchos, ¿verdad? Pronto vamos a subir el plan, pues obvio está en español, ¿verdad? Pero creo que Google nos puede ayudar para algunas actividades para quien hable otro idioma y quiera ver, pero es un plan, es el primer plan de acción de género, me atrevería a decir que ya incluye el tema de care, ¿verdad? Y entonces es una apuesta, el plan recién está saliendo del horno, decimos en Guatemala, como un pan recién horneado, ¿verdad? Eso significa ese dicho. Entonces, recién está saliendo del horno, acaba de ser aprobado, estamos terminando la diagramación. Con UICN ahí estamos apurándonos, queríamos traerlo acá, así que esperamos tener pronto un QR, ¿verdad? Para que lo puedan descargar, pero creo que es una apuesta que yo espero que nos empiece a dar resultados, ¿verdad? Y esos indicadores tratamos de hacer un match y meterlos en la implementación de la NDC que Guatemala presentó este año, que se hizo este año, ¿verdad? Sí, y algo importante, este plan de acción de género fue muy participativo, fuimos a todas las regiones de Guatemala, ¿verdad? Acá nos acompañó Lorena, está Ana también que estaba como participante como voluntaria y fuimos a todas las regiones y esas acciones que están en el plan reflejan las necesidades de las mujeres. No es algo que construimos del escritorio, las que creemos que sabemos más que necesitan las mujeres, no. Lorena hizo una dinámica y yo quiero compartírselas, disculpen que tome más tiempo, pero una dinámica donde las ponía a soñar y a veces a las mujeres ya nos han dejado que ya no tenemos sueños, ¿verdad? Y que ya no tenemos derecho a soñar o tenemos tantas cosas que hacer que no tenemos tiempo de soñar. Y ustedes hubieran visto qué interesante cuando las ponían a soñar, ¿verdad? Esa mujer que vive tan lejos de la ciudad, que está en una aldea, muchas veces sin acceso, ponerla a soñar. Y ese es el plan, esas grandes ideas de esas mujeres, ¿verdad? En sus comunidades.
Thank you.
Así que muchas gracias.
Yeah, it's always hard to dream. Life goes so fast. Lorena, 1 minute.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to basically answer my sister of Tanzania that asked about the scorecard. We're going to be building it together. I mean, we're starting with the theoretical framework at the moment, but starting in 2024, we're going to be out virtual consultations in different countries and different regions for us to identify which are those criteria within these 4 dimensions that I talked that are instrumental for us, that will go back to the countries and said, what is your accountability? You said you were going to do this, how far have you gone? So I will invite you to get in touch with us. We can interchange our information so that hopefully Tanzania will be one of the big players in this process. And I just want to address very fast the harmonization between the 3 Rio conventions. When we started, and I'm talking at that time as IUCN, the process of supporting the development of the first gender action plans for all the conventions, we had a harmonization process. And we did that with the first and the UNCCD, and the beginnings within UNFCCC. And I think that is quite important because when it comes to data, we are all collecting similar data. I mean, land tenure, resources, access to financials. So I think that resources are so scarce that definitely there should be a group of indicators that we can all follow. And I just want to acknowledge the last, Lucy, if you allow me, is that Cynthia that talked is her first intervention at a COP. So Cynthia, I hope you remember this for the rest of your life and that you will continue the fight for all of us that are getting a little bit older. So remember this day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aggie, I feel like I'll be feeling guilty to go without you answering the question on the national adaptation plans. A few seconds, please.
Thanks. I'll be really quick. I mean, I think I'm a huge believer in the power of combining quantitative and qualitative data. So getting to the stories behind the numbers. And we're experimenting with a really interesting initiative where we're providing photography and storytelling training to groups of women to enable them to develop visual stories that document their lived experience with climate change and their visions of resilience. And then we bring them together with policymakers and they share the stories. stories. And I think this type of initiative is really, really powerful in terms of building narratives and giving people the tools to tell their own stories, but then also bringing them into the spaces where that data can be shared and valued and can set the agenda for dialogue about adaptation. And I'm happy to talk more about this initiative on the break if people are interested. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think all of you agree that we had quite some good participation here. I'm glad also you are all very much participatory action by all the questions that we had. I know we are running out of time because we also started late, but I'm glad that we were able to cover as much as possible. And I don't want even to summarize because I really don't have much to summarize with all what they have already input in it. And I think we'll be able to continue further. Remember, the great ladies here are going to be here with us throughout. Approach them, talk to them, ask more questions, give them confidence, and the youth we have. We have quite a number of youth here, and we also have from the indigenous peoples quite a big number of youth that will be coming. Let them work together and be able to make a difference. And before I go, can we really clap for these ladies here?
And thank you, Lucy.
And to yourselves also, for one more clap for yourselves, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lucy, and thank you to our amazing first panel of day 2. Really very much appreciate all of the wisdom and examples that you shared with all of us. As we did yesterday, we're going to have a Mentimeter so that you can also add your thoughts to the discussion. So if we can have the QR code on the screen, please. This is our chance to weigh in on the panel and to input also to the call to action, which we'll be discussing and sharing a bit later today. So if you scan the QR code with your phone, you should be able to access the Mentimeter. If the QR code doesn't work or you're too far away, you can put menti.com, 7586-7093 is the code to get to our vote for this morning. I still see phones up, so let's keep it up for one more minute. Okay. Okay, we look ready. So our question is to rank in order of importance what is required to increase the use of gender and environment data. So again, today we're talking about using the data to strengthen policy, advocacy, and decision making. So we have 5 options. 1, develop a normative framework for evidence-based decision making. 2, include statisticians in national policy committees. 3, make sure we have gender environment indicators in national policy frameworks. Oh, they're moving around. 4, gender environment indicators in international commitments, stocktakes, and reviews. And 5, develop a normative framework for evidence-based decision-making. So please do continue to vote based on your own thoughts and the inputs from the panel that we just heard. So we'll leave it up for a minute or two. We've got a tie at the top of including CSOs, youth, and Indigenous peoples and local communities. And then this point on the need for gender environment indicators that Tina and others made really strongly during the panel. Okay. Thank you so much for inputting into our Mentimeter and our call to action. And I'm now going to hand over to Jamie to talk us through session 5. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Katie and to all of the panelists from our first session for today. In case anyone is joining us for the first time today, my name is Jamie from IUCN, and I'm one of the co-MCs. Really happy to see you all and to see everyone from yesterday again. So really excited. I think that was actually a great segue to this next session. This one is called Behind the Numbers, Indigenous Data to Fuel Advocacy and Drive Change. So this session will aim to highlight the important roles of Indigenous women's knowledge and science in improving the production and use of gender and environment data to fuel advocacy and drive change. It will also focus on the importance of forging partnerships and best practices. So at this time, I'd like to ask Jade, Dr. Joselea, Asiatu, Dr. Elizabeth, and Sarah to please come up onto the stage. And as our panelists are coming on stage, I will also introduce you to our moderator, Jade. Jade is a citizen of the Tasuki Pueblo and is also Dene and Southern Ute. Jade works at the intersections of storytelling, narrative strategy, climate and environmental justice, and indigenous rights policy, both at the domestic and international level. She has served as the creative director and climate justice campaign director at NDN Collective. Now, Jade directs the policy and advocacy work, leading programs and projects that elevate policy and advocacy issues that are important to the self-determination of Indigenous peoples and tribal nations. Jade has a bachelor's degree in film, video, and communications, and a master's degree in arts in environmental leadership. In 2021, she was appointed by President Biden to serve on the inaugural White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council. Jade was named a Grist Fixer in 2022 and is a fellow in the Ripe for Creative Disruption and Environmental Justice Movement Fellowship. Jade, over to you.
Thank you so much for that intro. I really appreciate it. Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's an honor to be here, and I'm really excited about this conversation, which really is near and dear to my heart, and to my work as a climate justice advocate and organizer. So before we get into our conversation here, I want to go over some of the objectives for this conversation. But before I do that, I do want to speak to why I am personally really invested in this conversation, and really in the strengthening of Indigenous data that is by us, for us. You know, as mentioned, I work to advance Indigenous power, to build Indigenous power, and data is extremely Indigenous built, designed, implemented, informed data is really critical to building that power. And it's something, again, that I am personally invested in and have come to learn its value in my organizing for climate justice. Currently, I am working on a national data and research project with a team, an all-Indigenous team at the University of Michigan in the United States, to learn more about climate change impacts on Indigenous peoples in the US. And that might sound kind of basic, but this has actually not happened before. So this is one of the first national surveys or data projects that will do this. We're asking questions from, you know, how is the climate crisis impacting their mental health or people's mental health, to what kind of funding is needed to support their solutions. Again, these questions might seem pretty basic, but again, this has not happened before, and there are very unique barriers when it comes to surveying Indigenous peoples. Even the idea of, are you Indigenous, and what that means, especially in the context of the US, is very challenging. As we know, there are you know, tribal citizens, there are non-federally recognized citizens, there are all these different identifications as Indigenous. So this becomes very complicated, and there's the need to be very nuanced in how we collect data on Indigenous peoples. And of course, that becomes even more nuanced as we scope out into the global space. I also want to stress that, stress the importance of data by us, for us, because for far too long, data has been to learn about us, to like study Indigenous peoples, to extract from Indigenous peoples, and really to position us only as stats or other. And to focus on the gaps, right? To focus on our, poverty, our oppression, if you will. And so right now, I am seeing this greater movement to various initiatives that are changing that status quo, so that data centers our needs, rather, and how we view ourselves and how we view the problems that we are facing, the systemic problems that we've dealt with, to learn what we find important, so solutions better reflect our authentic needs and truly honor our self-determination. So with that, I want to elevate the objectives of this conversation, and then we'll move into discussion here. So today we want to elevate and advocate for the recognition of Indigenous peoples' knowledge and sciences as producers and users of gender and environment data. We want to identify the challenges and showcase solutions and best practices using Indigenous knowledge and sciences to inform data-driven advocacy and environment and climate decision-making. So with that, I want to transition over to our first question here, which is for Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, how can Indigenous peoples' leadership in knowledge and science be supported to fill gender and environment data gaps?
Indigenous peoples' lands, territories, and resources, it hosts the largest portion of the world's remaining biodiversity, and we hugely contribute to the objectives of the UNCBD and the UNFCCC. But despite having the least contribution to global warming and biodiversity loss, we are the most affected and excluded from resources that is needed to address climate and biodiversity crisis. So here we would like to talk about why it's important to recognize the richness of Indigenous knowledge. We have cultivated deep connections with our environment and over the generations, which has resulted in a wealth of traditional knowledge about ecosystems, biodiversity, and our sustainable practices. Indigenous science, we need to see it as a complementary framework. By complementary framework, I mean it is something that is rooted in experiential learning, observation, and respect for nature. We live with nature. Again, when we're looking at specifically addressing gender data gaps, Indigenous knowledge, it acknowledges the interconnectedness of the culture, gender, and environment. So we can bridge these data gaps by providing insights into the diverse roles and perspectives of women within Indigenous communities. It is very crucial that we recognize and value the contributions of Indigenous women who play a central role in environmental stewardship. And we are also looking at why it's important to ensure equitable participation in enhancing climate resilience, and in strengthening local capacities. And one of the other issues we also look at, especially when we're here at COP28, is how do you advocate for inclusive policies and ensuring the protection of Indigenous rights, their land tenure systems, and fostering intercultural dialogues can pave the way for sustainable and equitable solutions. And by harnessing Indigenous knowledge and science, it is not just about data, it is about recognizing the inherent wisdom embedded in our Indigenous communities. And as we navigate through the complexities of climate change, it is very important that we look at a future where indigenous people are not just contributors, but we are leaders in our collective efforts towards a more sustainable and just world. Because many a time we see that, as you had also mentioned, indigenous women are oftentimes just used as pieces, as total pieces. You know, you are just given this little space, which doesn't solve the problem. Because I think we are more than just being seen and clubbed into boxes as indigenous people. And if we're looking at present day world and we're looking at the climate crisis, we also like to go back to our histories and see how we've been oppressed and how now we look at our indigenous wisdom and the knowledge that we've got from our forefathers. And now, just to give a very small example, a narrative here, when we're looking at our indigenous cultures, we know that our elders would look at birds and say winter is coming, or you know, the weather is changing because you know, the certain plants are not blooming. But now, because of climate change, that's not there anymore, and we can see that there is so much of impact in our societies, and that needs to change. And women are always the custodians of culture and knowledge, so that needs to be harnessed more. And in terms of data gaps or how we need to address that, I think it has to go beyond discussions. We need to really be walking the talk. So we look forward to having more discussions on these.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I definitely got very excited for this conversation and jumped right in. But could you actually explain or tell us more about what you do and who you are, just so we can understand that piece? Yeah.
Okay. I am Naga by ethnicity and Indian by citizenship. I work with the Asia Indigenous Peoples PAC as a program officer. So I'm with the Indigenous Women's Program. We work in 14 countries and we have our networks of 45 plus members. And so we are a people's movement, and we work for indigenous rights and issues, and we advocate for all these issues. Thank you.
Important to know that piece. All right, now I want to transition to Sarah. What are some of the challenges and solutions around access and use of Indigenous data and knowledges to inform advocacy and field change? And also, if you could share about who you are and where you're coming from.
Bien, buenos días. Mi nombre es Sara Boche. Voy a hablar en español. Soy Maya Quechí de Guatemala. Represento a la organización, es una ONG que se dedica a apoyar a muchos jóvenes de comunidades de Guatemala en cuanto a la educación. Trabajamos con más de 700 jóvenes. La mayoría son población indígena. Entendemos, ¿verdad?, que en Guatemala el 44% son población indígena y el 51% es población de mujeres, que realmente Guatemala es reconocida por ser multilingüe, multiétnico. Entonces hay mucha población indígena. Entonces yo represento a una de ese grupo maya. En cuanto a la pregunta, realmente creo que han habido muchos retos, principalmente en mi país, en donde la población indígena ha tenido muchos retos en cuanto a al respeto de los derechos y también al derecho también de los conocimientos. Y yo quiero mencionar que es importante, ¿verdad?, que el gobierno siempre tome en cuenta y valore los conocimientos indígenas, porque realmente que no queremos también que los datos que se recolectan no solo sea para un objetivo personal, que sea un objetivo común, que realmente también es importante de que los datos también sean de manera desagregada, porque nosotros también hemos hecho un proceso de investigación y cuando uno va a las dependencias del Estado, a las organizaciones, no cuentan con datos reales en cuanto a población indígena. Es importante también que los países manejen datos desagregados, incluyendo también índice de mujeres, incluyendo también datos de la población indígena, no solamente decir, ¿verdad?, que cuántos indígenas hay, sino también cuáles son esas brechas que enfrentan principalmente las mujeres. El respeto a la autonomía de los pueblos y la forma de manejar sus datos y la transmisión de conocimientos que se haga con mucho respeto. Que realmente, como mencionaba, ¿verdad?, que los datos no solo los queremos para datos estadísticos, sino también para ver qué podemos hacer con estos datos, poder también canalizar fondos para esta población que también lo necesita. Lo otro también es que cuando hablamos de los conocimientos y conocimientos ancestrales sobre la transmisión, que también haya una herramienta para poder recolectar estos procesos. Porque realmente hay dependencias que sí lo tienen, pero también cómo podemos fortalecer a la población indígena para que se involucren en todos estos procesos, porque realmente esa es la población que sabe muy bien la realidad de las comunidades. Lo otro también mencionar que la población, que los conocimientos indígenas también se respete lo que es el derecho de autor y también el derecho colectivo. Porque no vamos a decir, ¿verdad?, que mire, yo necesito copiar algo de su cultura, pero también es importante de que haya una autorización o si no se la da. Entonces, ese es un problema que como siempre hemos enfrentado, que realmente también hay políticas, hay también leyes que amparan estos derechos, entonces es importante también de que toda esta información no se divulgue a cualquiera, ¿verdad? Que tiene que haber un proceso también de ver si se autoriza estos datos. Por ejemplo, en Guatemala yo puedo mencionar, cuando uno quiere datos, a veces es bien difícil contar con la información. Entonces hay que hacer un proceso para obtener estos datos, entonces que sean como visibles y también que uno también tenga acceso a estos datos. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I definitely agree with your point that I find a lot as well in my advocacy work and organizing work that governments, federal agencies, at least in the US, don't have a lot of data on us. And that burden is in many ways put on us to provide that, yet, the resourcing and the investments to provide data, to collect it, to produce it, oftentimes isn't there. And at the same time, data is so critical for our advocacy. I always talk about how Indigenous peoples are really romanticized as storytellers, and we do that so well, right? We are storytellers innately, but when it comes to policy making, data is often what is incorporated when legislation is made or when policies are made here at these types of convenings. And so having those numbers, having the research is incredibly important to drive change, and yet there are just gaps, as you were saying, to access and resourcing. And yeah, maybe we can follow up later to your question or your point around what does sovereignty around data look like. But I want to move next and move to, sorry, just getting oriented in my notes here. I want to move to, Josiela. What role can, sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Okay, sorry, the question here got mixed up. Okay, what are some best practices or solutions on how to ensure that Indigenous people's knowledges, sciences, and data influence climate and environment decision-making?
Bom dia a todas as mulheres e não mulheres. Eu sou Josileia, meu nome indígena é Yaxô. Eu venho de um território indígena no sul do Brasil, eu sou Caingangue, é o terceiro maior povo indígena do nosso país. Lembrando que no Brasil nós temos em torno de 305 povos indígenas, 274 línguas faladas, e eu sou cofundadora de uma organização não governamental que se chama AMIGA, é a Articulação das Mulheres Indígenas Guerreiras da Ancestralidade, e eu trouxe alguns materiais que eu deixei sobre a mesa, sobre a AMIGA, que algumas de vocês vão poder levar para casa e estudá-los, enfim, ler um pouco das reflexões da AMIGA. Eu sou doutora em Antropologia Social e pesquiso desde a graduação com mulheres indígenas. É importante porque a formação de dados por nós, com nós, sobre nós, precisa fazer sentido para as nossas comunidades. Então, desde a pesquisa do doutorado, eu entendo e tenho chamado outras mulheres indígenas e pesquisadores indígenas a produzir dados dos territórios para que a gente possa construir política pública. E hoje, atualmente, eu estou secretária nacional de Direitos dos Povos Indígenas no Ministério dos Povos Indígenas, que iniciou esse ano. Bem, nós, mulheres indígenas, formamos algumas redes no Brasil e temos tentado nos associar a outras redes no mundo, justamente para que essa produção de dados possam gerar o reconhecimento sobre a ciência dos povos indígenas e tendo o debate de gênero no centro dessas discussões. No Ministério dos Povos Indígenas, lá na secretaria onde eu estou trabalhando, nós temos, junto com o Ministério das Mulheres, um projeto que tem a pretensão de se tornar um programa de governo chamado Mulheres Guardiãs. E Mulheres Guardiãs no sentido de pensar a defesa da vida, a defesa dos territórios, o combate à violência de gênero, o fortalecimento das capacidades, a construção de políticas públicas pensada com as mulheres indígenas. E eu coloco este "com", entre aspas, porque há muito tempo se pensam políticas voltadas a povos indígenas de cima para baixo, ou se pensam pelos não indígenas. Esse é o momento em que nós, povos indígenas, queremos pensar junto, queremos fazer junto. Na minha pesquisa de doutorado com as mulheres indígenas, muitos dados eu identifiquei de outras pesquisas importantes também, mas que não consideravam as vozes das mulheres indígenas. Hoje a gente precisa dialogar cada vez mais com essas mulheres. Nós estamos trabalhando intensamente desde 2020, durante a pandemia de Covid-19, com o Reflorestar Mentes. Reflorestar mentes para que a gente consiga realmente alterar a visão de mundo da sociedade para a proteção do meio ambiente. Proteger o meio ambiente é proteger os nossos territórios, porque nós somos altamente afetados pelas mudanças climáticas. Esse ano de 2023, nós tivemos na região sul do país, no início do ano, uma seca extrema, e na região norte do Brasil, alto índice de chuvas. Nesse momento, nós vivemos exatamente o contrário. Nós temos um índice de chuvas muito grande na região sul do Brasil e temos uma seca sem precedentes na Amazônia. Isso impacta os nossos territórios, porque, embora nós sejamos quem manejam os territórios, as mudanças climáticas precisam de todo mundo envolvido desse Reflorestar Mentes para que a gente consiga conter as mudanças. Bom, as mulheres indígenas, elas manejam os territórios, além de coletoras, elas são agricultoras e elas são as guardiãs das sementes. Então, as mulheres trabalhadoras, elas respeitam a floresta, as mulheres indígenas. E, embora nós utilizemos, sim, os recursos naturais, nós fazemos com cuidado. Nós coletamos e colhemos o que nos é permitido. Nós temos boas práticas, e isso já foi identificado por diversas pesquisas, porque somos nós, sim, quem cuidamos. Nós respeitamos e trabalhamos com a natureza. Mostramos que é possível preservar a biodiversidade, manter os serviços ecossistêmicos e mitigar os efeitos das mudanças climáticas. Nós temos formas únicas de ocupar os nossos territórios, e a conservação ambiental é uma estratégia de ocupação territorial dos povos indígenas, sendo que nós ajudamos a ampliar e a diversificar tanto a fauna quanto a flora. Muitas plantas, elas surgiram da ciência indígena, da técnica do manejo florestal, e isso é importante que seja reconhecido, embora muitos cientistas, pesquisadores, governos não reconheçam. As paisagens, por exemplo, dos biomas brasileiros, eles têm uma relação intrínseca com os povos indígenas. E nós, no Brasil, obviamente, amamos a Amazônia, assim como o mundo todo, né, reconhece o bioma da Amazônia, mas, para além da Amazônia, nós temos outros 5 biomas, e que são muito importantes, como, por exemplo, o bioma onde eu vivo atualmente, que é o bioma da Mata Atlântica, que está altamente impactado pela ocupação humana. E nesse bioma estão 2 dos grandes maiores centros do país, que é o Rio de Janeiro e São Paulo. E além de toda a costa litorânea também, que está nesse bioma, e que é impactado pela ocupação urbana. Então, muitas aldeias, elas vivem e sobrevivem dentro do crescimento urbano, e elas são áreas verdes nesses contextos. Além disso, nós temos o bioma da Caatinga, o bioma do Cerrado, do Pantanal, e o bioma do Pampa, que é onde eu nasci, que possui já áreas de desertificação, com mudanças visíveis no ambiente. Nós, mulheres indígenas, estamos aí atrelando os nossos cuidados a esses biomas, mas identificando também tudo o que o bioma está sofrendo, e temos falado que nós somos mulheres biomas, que nós somos mulheres territórios, concebidas nessa perspectiva de corpo-território, e tendo no nosso trabalho diário a sabedoria ancestral que estão associadas a essas técnicas de cuidado. Porque durante muito tempo, nós, mulheres indígenas, vivemos numa borda social do debate, nós estávamos na periferia do debate, e atualmente nós ocupamos esses lugares, lugares como o desta mesa, que tem falado sobre esses espaços, sobre essa ciência, sobre esse cuidado, e que tem alterado as compreensões sobre as nossas ciências, a nossa participação, as nossas pesquisas, e com as nossas pesquisas nós demonstramos que somos responsáveis por frear o aquecimento global. Mulheres e meninas indígenas trabalham diariamente como defensoras ambientais, e nós precisamos cada vez mais mostrar que não pode haver debate, que não pode haver construção política sem nós. Então, nós reforçamos o que a ministra Sônia Guajajara vem falando, que é nada por nós sem nós. Obrigada.
Thank you so much, Dr. Josela. I want to move on now over to Sarah. Sarah, you lead the Training and Labor Intermediation Program at Tenement Association, working with women and men, and coordinate projects focused on education alternatives for young Indigenous women, focusing, for example, in building the capacity of women leaders in your community to promote sustainable management of natural resources and community tourism. In other words, job placement, which is critical work as we're navigating this climate crisis and adaptation. So in your perspective, what are some best practices or solutions on how to ensure that Indigenous peoples' knowledge, science, and data influences climate and environmental decision-making?
Gracias. Las prácticas que nosotros hemos realizado con los jóvenes es la formación y el empoderamiento, que realmente es importante también el desarrollo de capacidades a las mujeres indígenas y jóvenes, que realmente es importante también el acceso a la tecnología. Las mujeres principalmente enfrentamos muchas barreras, hay muchas brechas, principalmente las brechas digitales, que realmente también es importante que las mujeres tengan este acceso a la tecnología, porque es importante también que el reconocimiento, ¿verdad?, de que las mujeres puedan tener acceso a los servicios. Entonces, nosotros le apuntamos mucho lo que es la formación y las capacidades, porque es importante de que los jóvenes también puedan ser formados en cuanto a estas capacidades, principalmente las mujeres que tengan este empoderamiento, que también sean parte de la promoción de sus conocimientos en sus territorios. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Now, Asiatu, to you, what role can young people play, or Indigenous women and girls play, in advancing climate and environmental policy and data that reflects the realities of Indigenous peoples and an intersectional perspective?
Thank you so much for having me. The role that Indigenous youths play in advancing climate and environment policy, I believe is a very vital role, because our opinions reflect the realities of Indigenous people, especially the women and girls. And also, we bring, as youths, obviously, we bring fresh perspectives and innovative ideas, and this brings a sense of urgency to the climate discussions. And our role also amplifies the voices of the Indigenous women and youths through digital platforms and grassroots initiatives, and ensuring that traditional knowledge is integrated in the policy frameworks. Also, as indigenous youth activists, we can bridge the generational gap between like the elders and also like foster collaboration with elders and policymakers. And by actively participating in climate action, we can actually challenge the stereotypes and advocate for culturally sensitive policies. And also, our engagement with technology also allows us to collect and share data on the impacts of climate change and the environmental challenges that we face as indigenous people. And by collaborating with organizations, we can highlight and contribute to filling the gaps, the data gaps, and the intersectionality of gender and environment within indigenous communities. So basically, our role as youths is multifaceted, and it involves advocacy, knowledge preservation, and leveraging technology to ensure that climate and environmental policies are inclusive and respectful of traditional wisdom and the unique challenges that we face as indigenous women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for your patience, and the panelists for your patience. We are all just getting to know each other and also sleep deprived. So I jumped around in the questions there, but I appreciate your patience and grace with that. So I want to move on to a question for all of you. The points around resources has been brought up, and I just want to learn from each of you. What can decision makers, donors, governments, and practitioners, among others, do to support Indigenous peoples' work on the production and dissemination of gender and environmental data, or environment data? And maybe we can start down here. Elizabeth?
Thank you, Jade. I'd like to first start with, with financial support. I think it is very important to allocate funds specifically for Indigenous-led gender and environment data projects, because this would ensure resources for community initiatives. And in terms of capacity building, it is to invest in skill training for Indigenous data collection and analysis. And as Sarah had also mentioned here, we need technology access in Indigenous areas for efficient data work. We talk a lot about data, but in some places, people don't even have access to a phone. So it is completely different to what we are even thinking, the rationale. So here we are also looking at why we need access to technology, and partnership is very important to facilitate partnerships between Indigenous communities and stakeholders. And it is also very important that we provide cultural training for supporting entities, and that is ensuring respectful engagement. It is very important that we place emphasis on that. And it is, again, I would like to look at another action would be to establish Indigenous-led research centers. This would align with needs and research specific to communities, and inclusive policies, advocates for policies recognizing Indigenous knowledge, and this would support community engagement, data ownership. So we need to respect Indigenous data sovereignty, and this would protect against misuse. On that, I would also just like to mention about the Indigenous data knowledge and data sovereignty, which requires the development of Indigenous peoples and communities, energy to enable the creation the collection, the management, security administration, governance, and the application of knowledge and data effectively and in accordance with the indigenous values. That's something that is very imperative when we're looking at data to know why IKDS is very important. And in terms of community engagement, the stakeholders, we need to support community involvement in data projects, which should align again with community needs, and culturally appropriate data dissemination, which would be through their communication strategies, and which would again ensure effective outreach. So if we take these concise actions, stakeholders can empower indigenous communities in gender and environment data initiatives. That being said, I would also like to just put in a point. We talk about data, but in certain places, it is so unsafe just to collect that, and it's time consuming, and we need to first gain trust. And of course, I think in one of the earlier sessions, one of the speakers had also mentioned about gaps, which can sometimes help in getting projects done, saying there are no datas. But we need the datas, and for data to come true, we also need to make indigenous communities also understand why we need the data. So of course we have, in our organizations, we also have the Indigenous Navigator where we are looking at data, we're collecting data. But again, that's not enough. So it's very important that we all work together on the same table.
Absolutely. Access to technology, indigenous research centers, and sovereignty. Just lift up some of your points, and I completely agree. Asiatu, as someone bridging science, community, and environmental stewardship, what is needed? What kind of resourcing, what kind of investments are needed to further and advance your work?
Thank you. I think that what we need most importantly is financial support for indigenous-led initiatives. Also, we need a lot of capacity building and the capacity building is also in different stages, because there's capacity building for the indigenous people on how to collect this data and how to analyze and everything for themselves, to be part of the whole process, so they feel like a sense of ownership, you know. And also what we also need, like she said, access to technology. Because in most areas, like there's this huge gap in like ability to access technology, so that is very important. And also inclusive partnerships with fostering collaborations with with partners that support indigenous participation and promote the participation of indigenous youth in policy making and decision making spaces where their voices can also be heard and their opinions taken into consideration. Also, what we also need is support for inclusive support for indigenous initiatives. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for naming all of those points. And I do appreciate this question because, you know, here at COP we are discussing things like climate finance and direct access. And so, you know, just these negotiations have a direct impact on how we can be financing, you know, these initiatives and these various needs that are coming from this panel right here. So same question to you. And maybe you want to address that as well. how can direct access to funding support your work and your initiatives around data and environment?
Bem, nós precisamos primeiro reconhecer que existem muito poucos dados, pesquisas feitas sobre mulheres indígenas no Brasil. E acho que isso é um reflexo em todo o mundo, não apenas no Brasil. Há uma necessidade de produção de pesquisas, de geração de dados muito maiores para que a gente possa fazer um debate sobre gênero e povos indígenas. Nós, no Brasil, realmente estamos nos importando nesse momento que a gente possa ter apoio financeiro para a produção de pesquisa relacionada a gênero e povos indígenas. No ano de 2022 e 2023, nós tivemos a coleta pelo Instituto Brasileiro de Geografia e Estatística para a demografia do país. E aí nós percebemos o quanto questionários adequados a povos indígenas fazem toda a diferença. E até os locais remotos também fazem com que as pesquisas tenham maior acesso a gênero, a povos indígenas, a comunidades locais. Enfim, nós percebemos que, para poder gerar pesquisas, nós precisamos enfrentar algumas barreiras. E uma das barreiras são as linguísticas. Precisamos ter, sim, intérpretes indígenas, precisamos ter tradutores indígenas que possam dialogar de forma adequada com as comunidades, que possam respeitar as tradições e as culturas que são diferenciadas para os nossos povos. As mulheres indígenas de cada povo têm um tratamento diferenciado nas correlações da própria comunidade, e isso precisa ser respeitado pelos pesquisadores. Então, nós estamos, agora, nesse momento, aguardando todos os dados que serão disponibilizados pela plataforma do IBGE, para que a gente possa fazer uma análise maior desses dados, mas eles não são suficientes. Então, há uma necessidade de que mais pesquisadores indígenas tenham acesso a recursos para que eles possam se dedicar às suas pesquisas. No Brasil, no dia 20 deste mês, foi lançado um projeto, aberto um edital para pesquisadoras indígenas, pesquisadoras negras, pesquisadoras quilombolas, que é um fomento chamado, o projeto se chama Mulheres Atlânticas, é um fomento a mulheres para que elas ingressem no doutorado sanduíche, para que elas façam pós-doutorado e pesquisem e gerem dados para suas comunidades. Então, existe uma necessidade ainda muito grande de fundos que possam nos apoiar, e eu vou frisar isso aqui com vocês, porque tanto o governo quanto doadores precisam identificar que são as mulheres realmente que cuidam dos territórios, mas como elas fazem? Quantas elas são? Quais as práticas sustentáveis elas utilizam? E, para isso, as mulheres indígenas pesquisadoras precisam ter recurso financeiro. Os seus trabalhos não podem mais só ser utilizados como fonte de dados para outros. Elas também precisam gerar fonte de dados para que elas mesmas possam fazer a gestão dos seus territórios de forma adequada, cada vez mais qualificando o que elas fazem de melhor nos territórios. Então, eu acredito muito que para a produção de dados, tanto no Ministério dos Povos Indígenas, quanto para as mulheres indígenas e suas organizações da sociedade civil, nós precisamos, sim, fomentar cada vez mais e trazer recursos que possam ser implementados nessas pesquisas. Obrigada.
Absolutely. And I think it's just to drive this point home or to highlight this point, this is also why every government needs an Indigenous ministry. to be able to thinking through these very nuanced needs and how to support our people best and how to communicate, be culturally aware, which we've been hearing from everyone. So just kudos to you and your colleagues for establishing this amazing body in the government in Brazil. Moving to you, Sarah, same question, and maybe we can focus on specifically what's needed to advance indigenous data or indigenous created, produced data, and what are the needs for indigenous women to participate, to access this data, to engage with it, and to also be a part of the dissemination or the initiatives around data collection, or even in the engagement after the fact to share the data outcomes.
Gracias. Quiero mencionar que realmente como organización tuvimos una iniciativa, tuvimos un donante en cuanto a la formación de jóvenes investigadores, pero realmente quisimos, ¿verdad?, de que esta práctica se hubiera desarrollado en todo el territorio, pero realmente la importancia de incluir a jóvenes, de incluir a mujeres, es importante porque son las mujeres que conocen la realidad de su territorio, de sus comunidades. Necesitamos también que estos fondos lleguen principalmente a las comunidades y que también puedan las mujeres ser parte de esta formación y también estar en estos procesos para la recolección de datos. No simplemente, ¿verdad?, que sea solo una práctica o porque queremos cumplir un resultado, pero también es importante que estas prácticas se queden en las comunidades, que estas formaciones se queden en las comunidades y también que estas mujeres capacitadas también puedan ser agentes de cambio y que este proceso también se desarrolle en otros territorios. Este ejemplo es muy importante porque nosotros pudimos ver la participación de las niñas, de las mujeres, principalmente de mujeres que no tienen acceso a la educación, que ellos también dan a conocer la necesidad. Entonces, no queremos que estos fondos solo se queden en un solo territorio. Queremos también que los fondos lleguen a otros territorios porque en Guatemala hay mucha población indígena y cada pueblo tiene su propio idioma y es importante también incluir a las personas que hablan su idioma y que también puedan tener esa comunicación principalmente con la población para obtener estos datos. Quiero mencionar también que es importante establecer plataformas en línea a nivel local, a nivel regional, para poder documentar los datos relacionados de género y medio ambiente, que también que tenga acceso, que sea accesible esta información. Es importante también apoyar la inclusión de datos relacionados dentro de los informes de las contribuciones nacionales determinadas de las NDS y los informes de los países. Otro dato también importante que quiero mencionar es apoyar el desarrollo de informes paralelos de los pueblos indígenas en relación al tema de género y medio ambiente desde las cosmovisiones de los pueblos. Entonces, reconocer también que la ciencia indígena es importante también hacer una incidencia con enfoque de género. Lo último también quisiera mencionar que realmente contar con fondos que vayan a todo el país, no simplemente para un grupo determinado. Es importante también, como hablaban las hermanas acá en este panel, que es importante contar con fondos, pero también saber para qué van estos fondos. Entonces, es importante el desarrollo de capacidades. Entonces, con esto quiero terminar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you all for your comments on that question, and how we can, I love this question at the beginning of COP, so we can learn how we can advocate for these resources while we're here, and take note of what these needs are so we can address them in our weeks here at the COP. I want to move out into the audience for some quick or relatively quick questions. We are coming up to our time. So let's pull a few questions from the audience, and then we'll look to the panel here to answer. So I see one hand, and okay, great. So can we, oh, I can't see your card. Can we turn on the mic for 86? Thank you.
Thank you so much for an excellent panel. My name is Osprey Oriole Lake, and I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, and it's great to see you, Jade, and everyone. Really, really thank you all so much for this incredible presentation you've made. And my question is, how do we account for Indigenous knowledge from women that doesn't fit into the sort of normal data points that are usually collected conventionally, because we know from all of you how important Indigenous knowledge is. And so my question is really around the actual data that's collected, and how does it really reflect Indigenous values and knowledge that doesn't fit into conventional norms, which is also how we got into these multiple crises, and how can we account for knowledge that you all hold to be valuable and ensure that that data is collected in a respectful way, and also that it's even accounted for as a intervention that is desperately needed at this time. And my last point is within this, which is sideways to this a little bit, is that, as you all know very well, the issue of free prior informed consent and FPIC is not being respected or implemented. And so how do we also, within this collection of data, reinforce the fact that we can't even utilize this data or be informed with this data if we don't even, first of all, respect FPIC? And so somehow, how does this fit into the data collection as well? Thank you.
And then let's turn on the mic for 87.
Merci. Bonjour et je remercie les organisateurs. Je me nomme Aïssata Cissé. Je suis le point focal JAR national climat du Mali. Ma question s'adresse à la jeunesse. Je suis de près les questions autochtones, mais je suis fonctionnaire de mon État. Je voulais savoir dans quelle mesure la jeunesse peut influencer l'élaboration des documents politiques. Parce qu'on a nos phases, nos stratégies d'élaboration des documents politiques, mais je voudrais qu'elle puisse me dire, en plus des données qu'elle va avoir, comment la jeunesse peut influencer la prise en compte de leurs aspects dans l'élaboration de nos documents politiques, parce qu'on a des processus qui sont connus où les jeunes depuis la base aussi sont impliqués. Mais je veux savoir, elle, sa vision de la chose. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, we will take, great, I am seeing. Can we turn on the mic for 42, please? (42) is on.
Merci, Madame la modératrice, pour la parole donnée. Je suis Marie-Antoinette Fomo, le chef de division de des statistiques environnementales et du changement climatique à l'Institut national de la statistique au Cameroun. Ma question s'adresse à Sarah et également à Elisabeth. Je vous assure que c'est à cette conférence que je prends conscience de l'importance des données sur les peuples autochtones et l'environnement. En effet, au Cameroun, les peuples autochtones sont des pygmées qui vivent dans les forêts de l'Est et du Sud. Et ils sont impactés quotidiennement par la déforestation. Et le plus gros problème, c'est que ce sont des peuples qui n'ont accès à aucune éducation et dont ne peuvent pas prendre à la prise de décision. Il y a bien sûr des ONG qui essaient d'intervenir pour défendre leurs droits, mais il n'y a pas de données sur les connaissances et leurs actions. Comment donc faire pour considérer leurs droits dans la prise de décision et surtout les femmes qui n'ont pour la plupart aucune éducation? Et particulièrement, désormais, moi, je serai sensible à ces questions et chercherai à contacter ces ONG. Question de chercher à avoir des données sur les peuples autochtones pour enrichir les statistiques que nous produisons. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Let's let the panel respond to some of these questions, and then we'll take potentially one more or two more questions after. Yes, please.
Thank you for the questions. I think we can perhaps take a few more. I'd just like to respond in terms of data ownership and control, and also on cultural sensitivity, because we will find that conventional data collection methods often lack cultural sensitivity, which results in the misinterpretation of indigenous knowledge. And also it is very important if you're looking at the indigenous communities may also lack the resources and capacity sometimes to analyze this data effectively. But ultimately, we want to come back to data ownership and control, because here we need to establish very clear guidelines and agreements that priorities community control over data, which again comes back to ensuring consent and respecting data sovereignty. As for the other question that was raised, I think it is very important to involve communities in the design process to understand how it is. Without having the community involved, we cannot make progress, because only the insider, again, would know the actual histories. So that's why we also need the community members in implementation of these projects as well. And just the last point I also want to look at is in terms of the lack of representation. Again, it is because many a times we find that indigenous communities are again underrepresented in decision-making challenges, which is related to data policies and governance. Here again, we want to advocate for inclusive policies that ensures the effective participation of indigenous representatives in the development of data-related policies at all levels. Here again, I stress that again, this is why it's important to have indigenous representatives for development of anything that is related to data-related policies at all levels. Thank you.
And do any of the panelists want to respond to the questions that came in? Okay. We'll go Asiatu and then Sarah. Oh.
All right, thank you so much for your questions. I would like to respond to the question on youth involvement and how youths can influence policy. And I believe that youths should be involved in the decision-making processes. And all the decisions taken that can impact their communities, they need their involvement, which is why we are calling for inclusivity and also respect for their values, their culture. Because involving youths, especially youths from indigenous communities, you have to take into consideration capacity building and also how these decisions affect their community. And they have a unique perspective because their experiences are different and unique. And given which is why we are calling for support for indigenous youths to participate in, even from the local level, joining local councils, also participating in country level decision-making conferences and further. Yeah, so I believe with that, it can improve participation of youth, and it can also influence, it can also give more power to the voices of the youths, because if they are included, they feel like, yeah, okay, my voice counts for something. Yeah, so I believe inclusion is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. And to you, Sarah, do you want to respond to those questions?
Gracias. Gracias por la pregunta que hizo la hermana. Como ella mencionaba, ¿verdad? Que la mayoría de las comunidades, las mujeres no tienen acceso a la protección del medio ambiente, y que es importante de que también que las mujeres tengan el acceso a formación, a educación, mencionaba ella, y cómo lo hacíamos, que realmente como organización nosotros hemos hecho un proceso de orientación a padres de familia para que las niñas y las mujeres jóvenes puedan seguir la educación, puedan seguirse preparando. ¿Y cómo se ha hecho eso? Pues visitando las comunidades. Pero también hemos visto que en muchas comunidades aún todavía existen esos patrones que los padres piensan que las mujeres tienen que quedarse en la casa. También hemos visto cuando uno va a hacer cierto tipo de investigación, hay familias que no quieren dar información. Decimos nosotros que son delicados en brindar la información, pero realmente en nuestra cultura somos muy conservadores en cuanto para brindar la información. Entonces es importante de que haya un proceso de concientización a los padres de familia. ¿Y cómo se ha hecho eso? Capacitándolos. También se han hecho un proceso también de capacitaciones sobre el cuidado del medio ambiente. Entendemos que hay muchas familias, principalmente las mujeres, son las que protegen el medio ambiente. Entonces, ahorita ha habido mucha migración y quienes se quedan son las mujeres. Entonces, hay muchas mujeres en las comunidades y ya no hay hombres. Entonces, es un reto para ellas también en que ellas tienen que hacer ese trabajo. Entonces, espero de que haya aclarado esta pregunta y muchas gracias.
And a final response from
Sim, a Ospel me chamou a atenção, né, com a sua pergunta, né, sobre como contabilizamos o conhecimento dos povos indígenas e com relação ao consentimento também. Nós, enquanto pesquisadoras indígenas, né, e nós somos um grupo de mulheres pesquisadoras indígenas, a gente acredita na importância da participação comunitária, com os indígenas, com as mulheres sendo participantes ativas nas pesquisas. E os resultados que nós obtivemos durante a caminhada da Amiga, nós sempre apresentamos para as mulheres, e eu acho que essa deve ser uma boa prática, apresentar e consolidar com as mulheres os resultados das pesquisas. E para que haja um respeito ao consentimento dos povos. Então, nós, mulheres indígenas pesquisadoras, temos tentado fazer com que outros pesquisadores também abordem essas boas práticas, de primeiro apresentar os seus resultados para as comunidades, e aí gerando, junto com as comunidades, uma interlocução mais ativa e respeitosa. Ainda, eu acho que é importante que a gente sempre lembre, que no Brasil nós temos povos indígenas com diferentes níveis de contato. Existem os povos de recente contato, os povos ainda não contactados e os povos que têm mais de 350 anos de contato. Então, a gente precisa mediar também com quais povos nós estamos trabalhando. É isso, obrigada.
Thank you so much for those responses. We are at time. I know there are many other questions in the audience, and apologies for not getting to those questions. I encourage folks to speak with our panelists in the time after, and to connect over the next few days or weeks here. I just want to stress also, there is an Indigenous pavilion here at COP. I'm sure some of the speakers here will be participating in that pavilion, so also find that opportunity to connect with our panelists there and learn more about their work in their other sessions while we're here at the COP. But thank you so much for listening, and a round of applause for the panelists, please. And now I will turn back to our event organizers to share about a survey that is next.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panelists and to our moderator, Jade. So as you may all know by now, we are running these Mentimeter questionnaires to help inform a call to action from this conference. So if we can please put on the slide here. We'll leave this for a moment so everyone can scan the QR code or go to menti.com and enter the code 75867093. And this is open to everyone that is here in person and anyone that is joining us through the live stream. We really want you guys to be part of this. So we'll wait until we have a little bit of a critical mass here. I'll do a kind of temperature check that everyone has a chance to scan the code. Does anyone need an additional time? Okay. So if we can show the next screen, please, on the Menti. We have a question here for you all, and we would like to hear from you on how the work and expertise led by Indigenous peoples and women on gender and environment data be best supported to inform and advance climate and environmental policy areas. So you'll see the 4 selections here, and I'll read it out in case anyone needs translation support. One selection is to uphold free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC, and Indigenous intellectual property. The second option is to support Indigenous women to inform policy discussions. The third option is to support Indigenous women in delegations. And then the final selection is to disaggregate data at national levels on Indigenous peoples. So we'll leave this for a moment to collect all your responses. Thank you. And much like making popcorn, as soon as the bubble starts slowing down, we'll wind the survey down. This one's quite an active poll, so we'll leave this up so people can continue to respond, but I think we can all see that there's if we can leave the Menti on, that's okay. Well, in the meantime, as people are still putting in their selections, we can also see that there is a kind of consensus around influence. So policy support, FPIC upholding, disaggregating information. So thank you so much. We'll leave that on so people can keep adding their answers. But just to say that we're also at lunchtime. We are a little bit behind schedule, but not too much. So what we encourage is for everyone to be able to take a stroll, have a walk, have some lunch, talk with maybe our panelists or each other as participants, get to know one another better. What we advise is that everyone start heading back here at 1:15 p.m. so that we can restart at 1:30 sharp and hold session 6 on time. There are many food options in different spaces available here on the COP premises. So I believe that we'll have some colleagues by the door in case anyone would like to be walked to some areas. We'll have some colleagues to support. We have a colleague here raising her hand, and she'll just look for her and she'll help guide you. Otherwise, just outside, there's different eateries, snack areas. And if you have any questions for any organizers with anything regarding the content or the logistics of this conference, please do let us know. We're here for you. Thank you, and see you at 1:30.
This is the Floor Channel.
you. you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being back with us this afternoon. Final stretch, but we're very excited to have so many people to have this important conversation. So this afternoon, we're going to be starting the afternoon with a panel on solutions in scarcity, so on financing gender and environment data. So we've been talking about potential solutions about producing data. We've been talking about potential solutions about using data. And the part that we haven't touched on so much is the financing. So we have a dedicated panel for this now. I want to highlight that the panel is about closing the financing gap, but closing the financing gap is not just increasing in spending, right? Like we need to strategize, we need to look at partnerships, we need to look at, interesting solutions to really make this happen. So this is what the conversation this afternoon is going to be about. So I would like to invite all the panelists to please join us here, as well as our moderator, Jacqueline Patterson. So if you can please come to the stage, that would be great. So I will begin by introducing Jacqueline, who is approaching here, the first one. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. She is the founder and executive director of the Chisholm Legacy Project, a resource hub for Black frontline climate justice leadership. Previously, she was senior director of the NAACP Environmental and Climate Justice Program. Since 2007, she has served as a coordinator and co-founder of Women of Color United. Jackie Patterson has worked on women's rights, violence against women, HIV and AIDS, racial justice, economic justice, and environmental and climate justice. She holds a master's degree in social work from the University of Maryland and a master's degree in public health from Johns Hopkins University. She currently serves on the steering committee of the Interfaith Moral Action on Climate, advisory board for Center for Earth Ethics, as well as on the boards of directors for the Institute of the Black World, the Hive, Gender and Climate Justice Fund, the American Society of Adaptation Professionals, Greenpeace, Bill Anderson Fund, People's Solar Energy Fund, and the National Black Workers Center Project. So I'm sure you can tell she's a very busy lady with all of these commitments, right? So Jackie, over to you to introduce the panel and lead us through this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I again want to welcome you to the panel, Solutions in Scarcity, Financing for Gender and Environment Data. It is such an honor to share the stage with our panelists here, and I'll just provide a couple of opening remarks to get us grounded. So there's so many people we've met over the years who have the stories that fuel the data that we're talking about today. Christine from Cameroon, whose sister crossed the border after her breadbasket dried up in her country and wasn't able to feed her children or to grow crops. And in that border crossing, she was assaulted and became HIV positive. We have Mirland from Haiti, who left her nation of Haiti and ended up in one of the stateless camps, as they say, in the Dominican Republic, where she was not viewed as a citizen or even really a resident, and was exposed to various abuses and lack of just basic human rights there. Inina from Vanuatu, whose name means faint glimmer of light, spoke of the challenges that she faces with raising her children in the context of the disasters that they have faced and continue to face. Trina from Chicago, which is where I was born and raised, the south side of Chicago in Illinois in the United States, has the challenge of the toxins that have come into her body from the coal-fired power plants around which she is surrounded. And we know the endocrine disruptors are one of the toxins that are known that's known to impact reproductive systems, and she is paying that price. Someone once said that statistics are just the stories with the tears wiped off. And we know that, we can tell story after story, and the statistics give a sense of the scope and scale of this. And we also know that this notion of data is a double-edged sword, particularly if it's not the folks who are impacted, who are generating the data, and who are actually telling the stories and the framing and the messaging arising from the data. So it's really so important that we've had these 2 days and to really dig deep on this in terms of how we make sure that communities on the front lines are telling their stories. As they all too often say, what gets measured matters. And we know that that's not actually true in terms of it shouldn't be true, but we are in the nonprofit industrial complex, and we have to recognize that and make sure that again, it is frontline communities who are leading on data. And so we also know that the burden of proof weighs more heavily on some than others. As you watch the news, you hear that they'll reflect what some people say as fact, and then other people, they will say, this is what they've said. CNN hasn't verified this. So you hear that so all too often. But it's only certain people where they have to put that caveat in. Other people, it's just a fact because they said it. So as we gather today, we have to think about how do we shift these narratives? How do we control the narrative? How do we not let others convey our narratives? How do we engage around whether it's citizen science, community-based participatory research, and so forth, and ensure that that's where the financing goes to frontline community-led storytelling. So on this panel, I'm so blessed to be joined by a robust set of folks who will help us think about this question around the false notions of scarcity and actually embrace the real notions of abundance that exist. So I will introduce each person and give you a little bit. I can't really kind of say everything that the folks bring, but I'll give you a little bit of a glimpse. So Verona Calantes. Is a senior gender specialist at the Global Environment Facility, where she leads in advancing gender equality and women's empowerment in GEF's policies, programs, and operations. She convenes the GEF Gender Partnership, which is a platform for knowledge exchange, capacity building, and communicating impacts among GGP members and vis-a-vis external partners. She completed her master's in international law and economics at the World Trade Institute in Bern, Switzerland. Again, that's just a snapshot. There's so much more to say there. Barbara Rambusek. Yes, you can correct us on the pronunciation. I'm sure that didn't go well. Is the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development's Director for Gender and Economic Inclusion. She established the bank's approach to integrating economic inclusion into its mandate to address inequality through private sector investment and policy engagement. She has 20 years of leadership experience in the design and delivery of multi-sectoral inclusive development programs and strategies in Central and Eastern Europe, the Middle East, North Africa, Asia, and the United Kingdom. Welcome to the panel. Then we have Nima Lekule. Nima is the gender program coordinator at Ujamaa Community Resource Team, an indigenous grassroots organization in Tanzania. Nima has established and trained women's rights and leadership forums in 30 villages across Arusha and Manyara regions. These women's groups have managed to influence women's rights all over land, share revenue from the benefits of their natural resources, gain greater acceptance of education rights for female children, and allow women to exert decision-making at the household level and gain leadership opportunities. Nima has a Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Management and vast work experience in gender development. Welcome so much to the panel. And we have Sana Kapadia. Kapadia, thank you. Sana is the Director of Strategy at 2X Global, where she leads on the co-creation and implementation of the strategic plan across the organization's 3 core pillars. She is a seasoned finance and investment professional and gender-smart investing specialist. Her career spans gender finance, mission venture capital, development finance, impact investing, and equity research. Climate and gender finance is at a core priority at 2X Global, and Sana has led on creating knowledge products, convening and advancing the gender and climate finance community of practice, and amplifying why gender-smart climate finance matters. And then we have Mariam Ibrahim. Mariam has over 15 years combined international development and private sector experience working in development programs, project management, data ecosystem building, and resource mobilization in various capacities at regional and global levels. Based in Nairobi, she currently leads the DI Africa Hub's growth and partnership work at development initiatives. Mariam is passionate about strengthening an ecosystem of gender-responsive foundational data. And last but not least, we have Joshua Amposem, thank you, who is a Ghanaian climate activist with extensive experience in climate action, disaster risk, and resilience building. Between 2020 and 21, Joshua served as the climate lead at the Office of UN Security's General Envoy on Youth before transitioning to co-director for the newly established Youth Climate Justice Fund to further his advocacy to shift climate philanthropy to youth and locally led organizations. I could go on, but Joshua has also initiated locally led projects like the Water for Adaptation and Sustainable Communities Project in Sub-Saharan Africa, creating jobs for over 100 people. So welcome to the panel, Joshua. All right, so without further ado, we are going to get going with first questions for our first panelist speaker. So for Barbara, existing environmental funding mechanisms rely on data for monitoring and evaluation, but rarely prioritizes environmental data as a key funding area in itself. How can countries access these funds to cover gender environment data production? And what do you think are the key areas of investment in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm really delighted to be here today. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very, very illustrious panel. And also for asking me this very important question. I think integrating data into environmental investments, particularly focusing on gender in this context as well, is absolutely vital for a number of reasons. Data creates credibility. It's about disclosure, it's about reporting, it's about understanding the impact that we achieve and being able to verify that. So I think a focus on data as part of everything that we do, really, I think is absolutely critical. There have been a number of global initiatives in this context, and I'm very pleased, I'm sure you're aware, the ISSB has launched 2 new disclosure standards just this summer. And I very much look forward to them also focusing specifically on gender data in the context of environmental disclosure, because it is the disclosure that creates credibility and that ultimately allows us to do more and invest more. I think overall, though, globally, if we look at across a range of different initiatives, this focus on data and the ability to verify and report what we are achieving and where also the gaps are, is becoming increasingly important. As EBRD, for example, we're working with the Women's Entrepreneurship Finance Initiative that have recently launched something called the We Finance Code, which focuses specifically on gender data in financial sectors. So here the focus is on capacity building, working with regulators, working with central banks to enable them to not only understand the value and the importance of data, but to also enable them to be able to collect the data in a meaningful way, to integrate it into regulatory requirements. Working with financial institutions to build their capacity to be able to report the data, and then very importantly, and that's a step that is often missed, to use the data to shape evidence-based policy solutions and shape different approaches in terms of how we invest. So it's not just about having the data, it's then also about applying the data and using the data. So as EBRD, we are going to work with WeFi on this promotion of the We Finance Code in 13 countries from now on over the next years. So that's a very important initiative. There are, of course, other initiatives. I'm sure we will hear about what 2X Global is doing. There is also Data 2X that EBRD is also part of. Generation Equality, which has a very, very strong focus on integrating gender into climate finance and climate justice. And again, here, a strong focus on gender. Overall, though, what are the sort of key takeaways
takeaways for us. I think one thing is when we look at funding and finance, we need to build a focus on data into that. So this is not something that we do later, that we do maybe in parallel, that we may or may not do. It has to be part of funding proposals. And I think more and more donors are open to that and are interested in that, but it's also for us to inform how that can be done and to make the case. That then really also leads to the integration of gender into environmental policies and financial mechanisms, financial products, which again, I think is where data really needs to make a difference. Capacity building and building partnerships, again, is I think a very important context in this context. Let me give you an example here. As EBRD, we have set up something called the Gender Equality and Climate Action Accelerator. And that in a way is a tool to try and help the integration of gender into climate governance in the broadest sense, both for corporations, for companies, but also for policymakers. And that hinges on the availability and the use of data. So this is about building the tools, undertaking a baseline assessment, letting companies and policymakers know to what extent, for example, on the policy side, is gender part of your energy strategy, is gender part of your infrastructure strategy? Or for companies, how do you implement green activities? Is gender part of that in terms of how you resource your supply chain, all these sort of things? And what data do you need to be able to understand that? And then to provide the tools and the capacity building for companies and policymakers to better integrate gender across all these areas. So that for us is something that is very important. We launched this last year at the COP. We are going to report this year at the COP on the first year of implementation of this GECA tool. So I think hopefully we can really make a contribution towards the broader good in this context. Just two other very quick examples in terms of integrating gender into financing facilities. We have our green economy financing facilities that basically enable entrepreneurs to invest in climate technology. Again, here a focus on women entrepreneurs is very, very important. And that has to be based on having the data to understand where are the specific challenges that women face. At what point in this entire sort of chain do women fail to get the right skills to be able to understand what technologies they need, fail to access finance, and how can we understand where those points are and then unlock those barriers? I think that's very important. And then maybe just quickly, my final point is what I said at the start. It's important to have the data, but then it's important to use it. At EBRD, we just launched our new transition report, literally last week. And it looks at transitions big and small, and that is very much in relation to what the green economy transition means for people, including women. So we have a survey, it's called the Life in Transition Survey, and we, for the first time, integrated specifically a focus on gender into the questions to understand how is the green economy transition different for women compared to men? What are opportunities, or maybe a lack of opportunities for women to access green skills and green jobs? What are the parameters that create this sort of differential access? So we looked also at social norms. We asked people, what kind of jobs do you think are suitable for women in certain countries, in certain industries? What, in a way, therefore, needs to happen on the policy side, on the investment side, in order to overcome those obstacles. So I think it's as I said, it's not just about having the data, it's about using the data, and hopefully we can make a contribution in this context. And then just at the end, we also work with the WIFI again. We just held a big conference earlier in October in London to look at what are the specific barriers that women face in terms of accessing entrepreneurship, starting up their businesses, growing their businesses, including in the context of the green economy transition. And we've invited lots and lots of academics from around the world to share their research, share their data, to hopefully come to sort of a set of joint conclusions that help us all in that journey to better understand how we can shape evidence-based products, services, and policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I deeply appreciate those remarks. You fit so much into a small period of time. So next we'll go to Verona and see projects support the production of gender environment data. What is the kind of information currently being collected, and what guidance could be given to implementing agencies to ensure that gender and environment data is captured, recorded, and reported on?
Thank you. Thank you, Jacqueline, and for the question. And good day, everyone. I've learned a lot from these 2 days, really. So it's been very interesting discussions, and I have identified a number of opportunities for further work and collaboration. So that's also very exciting. Before I address the question, Jacqueline, please allow me to briefly introduce the Global Environment Facility. For those who don't know the GEF, we are a financial mechanism to 6 multilateral environmental agreements, including the 3 Rio Conventions and the Stockholm Convention on organic pollutants, and also on chemicals and waste, and the Minamata Convention on mercury. So to date, we have provided funds for environmental projects to 5,000 projects, national and regional projects comprising 140 countries. So the Global Environment Facility basically has gender equality policy and guidance, notes, and implementation strategy, which requires all GEF projects to basically undertake a gender analysis to inform the reflection of gender perspectives in their project design. So all our environmental projects funded by the GEF go through a strict review to incorporate, to make sure that the project not only mentions gender or puts it in a section, but really weaves in the whole gender equality and women's empowerment component of the project, including in the outputs and specific activities. There's also a gender action plan that's required to be attached in a project before it gets approved. So basically, in terms of your question on what are we currently measuring, one of the core indicators of our results framework is beneficiaries, and this is disaggregated by sex. I know we've heard over the course of 2 days that that's really not enough, and I agree it's not enough. So we're trying to do a little bit better, and it's really very useful to have this this meeting. And I in fact, I'm here, but I actually wanted to pose a question to all of you regarding, like, let's do a common thinking about what would be the key indicators for environmental projects that cut across different thematic areas, you know, from climate mitigation, adaptation, land degradation, biodiversity, chemicals and waste, and international waters. So it's, if we can have that kind of common thinking, that would really help us. At the moment, our projects are asked to identify gender inequalities. That's no, our requirement asks gender inequalities, 3 categories of gender inequalities that needed to be identified, whether the projects address this or not. 1, women's participation. The second one, access to natural resources. And third, access to socio-economic benefits. So we tagged those, and again, we're able to capture those data. In terms of the next steps, well, I should say also that we prepare a report, a yearly progress report, and in this yearly progress report, we heard here about the qualitative aspects, you know, the stories. You've mentioned all of the stories earlier, and we do this in this progress report. So the best practices in mainstreaming gender and GEF projects, and these are narrative, qualitative examples. Going forward, what do we want to do? What do we want to do better, right? So we have all this information in our projects, but we don't necessarily systematically collect them, except for the core indicator, which is number of beneficiaries disaggregated by sex. We have a process to, for agencies, for our implementing agencies to report, but then these are narrative reports that you have to extract and you have to generate the data out of them. I know we've heard here about the use of AI, and we're trying to use that as a tool to kind of like get a common a set of practices that we can compare across different projects. And finally, I know we're pressed for time, and then I would like to elaborate in the second round, but I just want to mention that the GEF is now undertaking a study on how our projects are capturing socioeconomic benefits and adaptation benefits of our projects, and hopefully we can again learn from those in order to be able to capture gender, what are the relevant gender-related indicators. And we're also rolling out a knowledge management and learning platform, which will basically which aim to enhance the role of knowledge management in projects and programs, and be able to, again, find a way to extract all the important resources, including gender data, across all the GEF projects, and be able to put them in one platform that can be disseminated and shared by an audience like this and a broader audience. So there are a lot more to say, but I'll stop here for now and happy to engage later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So next, Nima. How can direct financing be leveraged to improve access and use of gender and environment data and promote inclusion of community voices in decision-making around what data gets produced?
Thank you, Jacqueline. First of all, I really appreciate IUCN for supporting me to come to this scope. I'm working with an organization called the Ujamaa Community Resource Team. It's a grassroots organization found in northern part of Tanzania. And basically, Ujamaa community emerged primarily to address the issues of land loss by indigenous people and the hunter-gatherers community. And we do secure the land for pastoral community and the hunter-gatherers. And I'm going to talk directly about the direct finance we received from GEF through Inclusive Conservation Initiative. We used it to support the pastoralism, securing the land tenure. As we know, the indigenous community usually have their knowledge on managing, protecting, and to take care of their ecosystem. But also, we do formalize the land by demarcate and to ensure the village have the CVL, which is the Certificate of Village Land, but also to do the land use planning so that they could know different uses of the land. And that is direct finance from GEF, and we really appreciate for the support, because our community usually have their own system of managing, but they don't have any legal document that shows them as an evidence that the area belongs to the indigenous people. But also, through doing the land use plan, we have different communities, committees that are being formulated, and because we consider inclusion, we have to make sure that in different committees that are being formulated within the community, women are being considered and given high priority so that their voice can be heard. And through Inclusive Conservation Project, we have scaled up our work by securing over 500,000 hectares of pastoral land. But also we have support regeneration of 2,500 hectares of rangeland. We know the pastoralism have their way of managing land, but also due to climate change impact, it has bring a lot of threat to the community. So we bring the awareness capacity building in terms of holistic management so that they could put blocks to their areas and have a systematic way of feeding their livestock so that they could adapt to the climate change impact. But also, through the project, the direct financing we get from Jeff, women are not left behind. The finance has supported 500 women, youth, including youth, strengthening their livelihood. And this has been done through community microfinance group, livestock fattening, as well as beekeeping. This is the other alternative way where we capacitate our women and youth as their most affected groups when it comes to climate change. Usually, when it comes to the climate change impact, women and youth are the most affected. Men do run to towns, women left at home, taking care of their children, and they never run away from their family. So, despite the hard life they pass through, our mothers are always strong, standing up, caring for the family. And we thought through land use plan and management, all cultural sites are being protected, and that enhances the protection of biodiversity that we are around. As we know, the livelihood for pastoralism depends on ecosystem. So the project for inclusive conservation targeted directly to 3 clusters that supported a total number of 39,000 people who are beneficiaries, but 51% are women. The key message I can leave to the audience that direct financing is a key for thriving ecosystem and thriving communities. Should also be able to address the need and emerging demand in timely manner, but structural process in accessing the fund should be relevant for indigenous people and contents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was good to have Verona and then you go side by side because it showed what it looks like in terms of effective partnerships around climate finance and gender-focused climate finance. So thank you so much. That was awesome. So next we have Sana Kapadia. Okay. What are some ways that the private sector can advance financing for gender and environment data that ensure that financing is a system-wide rather than one-off intervention?
All right, thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. Thanks so much for the opportunity to share. Just a little bit of intro on 2X Global. We are a field-building initiative that convenes the full spectrum of investors and actors across the capital spectrum to unlock more gender-smart capital at scale, and very grateful to have a seat next to EBRD, who's one of our key partners, alongside others who are in the room too. As I was thinking about this question, I thought maybe to also build upon what Barbara was saying is, one thing is to have the data, but then what do we do with it? And what we've seen as an effective tool in our community is actually the integration of our gender lens across different investment strategies and projects. And a tool to do that has been the creation of the 2X criteria as a common language and taxonomy that helps spell out what does it mean to deploy capital across the value chain, all the way from thinking of women as leaders, as entrepreneurs, in investment teams, as consumers, in the supply chain, all the way through how financial institutions are getting money out to women beneficiaries or women SMEs, etc. So that collective tool that was co-created has helped increase the harmony at which capital is deployed. Another tool that was built together with our partners such as EBRD, EIB, and European Investment Bank, British International Investment, is the 2X Climate and Gender Toolkit, which again has a plethora of really great case studies, tools, examples, analytical frameworks, etc., that really helps advance the case on how this can be done. And all of that is fantastic, but where I think we need to do more is to also, and this has been such a great experience in this conference the last day and a half, to really understand, well, what does it mean, like what role is capital actually playing? And I think that it's fantastic to have, you know, the tools, etc., the criteria, but the next step is really thinking about money as a conduit for social change. And money is something also that's quite relational, right? And if we're not talking about the power dynamics that are underpinning how that money is exiting and leaving the door, we're missing out on part of the picture. And so one of the examples here that I'll spotlight is an initiative we're doing that's funded by Global Affairs Canada called Advancing Research and Investment Standards for Equity in partnership with Criterion Institute and the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs. And we've co-created a framework called the Standards of Practice. And this really addresses and builds on, frankly, a lot of the amazing feminist work that is in this community and in this room and beyond, what it means to really elevate our gender analysis. How do we integrate a deep power lens that helps us deconstruct not only the what, but the how and the who of investing by thinking about the different aspects of the entire investment life cycle? What does it really mean to include different voices in the gender analysis and the data that we collect, in the environment data that we collect? What does it mean to really value lived experience and whose knowledge counts? I think we heard a lot about this in the last day and a half. So that's where we're starting to see also more gender transformative approaches be applied in the investment community. But in order to instigate that change, you need to fund the organizations that collect that data. You need to fund the community voices that are bridging that translation function between how the finance community thinks about gender and how the feminist and more women's rights organizations, et cetera, are able to feed into that analysis. So this bridge building too, I think, is quite an important piece in the next level of creating more systemic intervention. I also appreciated earlier someone shared the integration of a care lens, and that's been something that's quite important to us in our community, where we're really asking ourselves, if you're going to be a gender smart investor, what does it mean for you to integrate a care lens alongside that? You know, we were speaking before about let's create good green jobs. What does it mean to create a good green job? What does that look like? How is it really accounting for all the components of gender equality, and not looking at the care economy is limiting in that, because of course women have different gendered experiences. So coming back to this point of, you know, we need to support more intersectional approaches. We need to be thinking about, when we're measuring outcomes, how are we really measuring resilience and the change in livelihoods? And what are the more inclusive processes that we can use to co-create these data sets? And I think that you know, we need to have more collaboration, multi-stakeholder initiatives, be better listeners, and continue to translate between our silos and work together. So I'll pause there.
Thank you so much. Again, you packed a lot into that. Much appreciated. So Mariam, the next question here is, through your work, you promote evidence-based decision-making through grants. Do you receive many proposals around gender and environment data? And how likely are these to get funded vis-a-vis other proposals, like environment proposals, humanitarian proposals, or gender proposals alone? And why would you say this is, why would you say this is, and how can we drive more funding towards gender environment data?
Thank you, Jacqueline. First, I really liked your framing initially of the conversation, talking about how statistics are stories with the tears wiped off. With development initiatives, we, sorry to correct you, but we don't provide grants as such. So we focus on two core areas. One is on financing, that we track and improve the evidence based on international and domestic financial flows, and we look at both development, humanitarian, and most recently, climate finance. And then we also look at data ecosystems, so the conversations that we've seen yesterday covering implementation, governance, and use of data ecosystems at national and local levels. So really interesting to be part of this conference. Svenja reminded me that we're bringing together 3 different elements. So we have organizations that are working on gender, we have organizations that are working on environment, and then we have data organizations. And I think this is, in itself, the conference is part of that solution. In terms of my intervention, I know the conversation so far, and we've had good examples from Barbara, from Verona, on investing in gender and data environment. But I want to focus on the financing data ecosystem, because without improving the financing data ecosystem, how can we track, what is being invested on gender data, and how can we have, clarity in terms of also impact on climate action itself? So the two need to happen at the same time in terms of the improvement on the financing data ecosystem, and that's part of the work that we've been looking at development initiatives, not only tracking the finance, but of also looking at ways to improve the finance. The OECD DAC report 2018-2019 talked about 2.4% of climate ODA incorporated gender equality. So out of the 33.1 billion total volume beyond ODA, we have 18.9 integrating gender equality, and only 778 million US dollars having gender equality as a principal objective. So you can see from that amount, first of all, that not enough is being done. But we also know that these global figures directly, they mask what is happening at the local level in terms of access to the finance itself. So there is need to improve the transparency there of what's actually getting funded. Is it getting to the people who need it the most? We've had the conversation around inclusivity, and Nima, you gave a good example of how Ujamaa and the GEF approach to inclusivity. But so far also the conversation on inclusivity has focused on the data side, on the collection, on the use, on the analysis, which is really important. But we must apply this inclusivity also on the financing data ecosystems. Are we involved as women rights organization in determining, what projects are said to have, a gender equality component? The markers, we know the markers so far, it's donors who are assessing and self-reporting on, what qualifies as a climate finance or a climate finance project that incorporates gender within that. So the inclusivity is also important on the financing side, and if we don't improve that transparency, if we don't improve, the quality of these markers, we won't have a true picture in terms of the investments, and that's what I wanted to emphasize in terms of having the two go hand in hand. The second area that I wanted to highlight on is based on the foundational data ecosystems. So also looking at the investments that are being made in this area, making sure that they are done in a meaningful way that does not duplicate efforts across the system as well. So we've seen some examples from our work when we've researched into data ecosystems and how they actually translate on the ground to ensure everyone is counted. And what we've seen is that sometimes interventions can be well-intentioned, but they create duplication and they create competition between line ministries and prevent data sharing efforts. I think a good example was in South Sudan, when we, particularly in humanitarian and crisis context, we go in, we collect the data on a need basis, but that does nothing in terms of strengthening the national data ecosystem itself, because you get the data, you invest, you move out, and it doesn't help with the domestic resource mobilization to invest in these national systems and to strengthen the national systems. So it's really important that investments are done in a meaningful way that is owned nationally. I have 3 areas of also recommendation, but if there's time, I can do that in another round. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And apologies for the question, but thank you for rolling with it. So Joshua, I hope that you are a climate advocate. So as a climate advocate, you must often rely on data to inform your messaging. We often focus on advocating for climate change mitigation or disaster risk reduction, but rarely advocate for more and better gender data. What would you say are the barriers to funding gender environment data production more substantively, and why are advocates not talking about this enough?
Thank you very much. And first of all, also thanks for the invitation for being part of this tremendous event. I think that there's one thing I've heard in this room which I really like, which was data is credibility. And thanks, Barbara, for saying that. One of the things that I experienced which really questioned that for me was credibility when it comes from who. So I work with a community in Northern Ghana where we work with a project called Water for Adaptation, working with water scarce areas and supporting young girls and women in this community. And for so many months and almost close to 2 years, they were struggling with fundraising, and they had a lot of information to share about their work. And they will get a lot of opportunity to talk about the challenges they face and quantify that to some extent. But that was not trusted enough until a young student from the UK came and volunteered in that community and put a figure to it and said, 66% of young girls in this community cannot access school because of water scarcity. And then all of a sudden, there are so many people interested. And it was simply because there was a number to it, but also because it was a UK student from a known university saying this information. And for me, this is one of the biggest challenges I see when it comes to financing data work, particularly in Africa and probably in other parts of the world as well, is because there is lack of trust to where the data is coming from. But the source of that data, if you cannot trust it from the person who is living that experience, then we have a huge gap when you finance and fund other initiatives that are trying to tell the story of somebody else. And I think this is a cancer within the philanthropic sector and the finance sector that really needs to be resolved. So until we are able to really build capacity for local organizations, locally led groups, and women themselves and other gender diverse groups in communities to be able to put or quantify their experiences into data that is communicable, I think we have a very big challenge to go. So this is the first thing I really wanted to say, because I really believe that data is credibility, and I think that the caveat to that is making sure that we build the trust with the people who actually make those experiences for them to be able to share that. I will talk briefly about the Youth Climate Justice Fund, which we started just about a year ago. So in 2021 at COP26, part of the youth movement, youth climate activists came together and thought there is not enough funding going to young people and locally led organizations, so we want to set up a fund. And one of the first things people would ask you is that, how do you know that youth groups at the local level are not receiving money? So you need to put data to it. We led an extensive research over a year, and we're able to tell that 0.76, only 0.76 of climate philanthropy was going to young people. And out of that 0.76, majority of that was going to US-based organizations. So that, again, is the convincing part of data. Then a lot of people got interested in this and they want to support. But in doing that work, what we realized was that when we opened our call to applications, our whole focus was to fund local groups that are working on the intersection of climate and other social justice issues. So automatically, gender is a big part of that. And a lot of people who applied, almost 40% out of 1,800 applications, mentioned gender. The saddest part of that was none of them would actually make gender the main focus of their project. And I think this will apply to many people in this room as well. When we make applications for projects or for funding, we tend to make gender an add-on to something else. And we've created a prejudice that gender in itself cannot be a core reason why funding is needed. And I think that is a big challenge. So when we say, why is funding not flowing? From a philanthropic part, from a funder, you've gotten used to the receiving proposals that focuses on, let's say, other issues, whether it's health, whether it's education, and gender is mentioned somewhere. And that has not built your confidence and your interest in taking gender away and seeing it as a holistic issue in itself and supporting that. And I think the continuous feed into that process of always making gender an add-on has really not allowed for money to flow, focusing on gender and data even attached to that. And we have to be honest, data to some extent can be boring from a finance perspective. So what you want to do is to really get financiers or funders who really understand the relevance of that. And so far, the funders who have funded data and gender have been funders who have a huge strategy internally where they need gender data to feed into their work, and they fund that kind of work. So the capacity building that is needed now is really having to go to supporting groups at the local level, being able to build data and how to quantify the data into their actual projects that they run, because being able to access funding only for data itself can be very difficult. So being able to build that into it is very essential. And then training on how do you collect that data, but how do you also collect it in a way that you are able to communicate it yourself in a way that fits into the mainstream agenda. And I think that is another challenge that we face currently. You have the data, you have information around it, but sometimes the way it's communicated at a very local level could really mean very differently when you come to a very high level room like this with a lot of privileged people, which is another challenge. And then the last thing I would say is that inclusivity, which was mentioned before. I think there's a caveat around inclusivity, which is I find it very interesting for both gender and youth. I think a lot of people see gender and youth has become like an invisible thing, which is also very visible. So it receives a lot of sympathy, but when it comes to taking actual action on it, then it's missing. So everyone wants to sympathize with it, but when it comes to actually putting in the investment for that, it becomes very difficult. And I think we have to find a way of really moving away from not accepting sympathy as support and really being able to challenge the actual commitment that comes to the work that young people and sort of other minority groups do. So when it comes to specifically for gender, when we started our program at the Youth Climate Justice Fund, what we did was really working with regional groups and local leaders to identify groups that we want to support and being able to teach them and take them on a journey to understand how philanthropy works and how they can engage with philanthropy. Because part of the problem for finance flow and the limited flow is also the gap between where the money is and who needs to spend the money. And there's so many intermediaries in between that process. And from one intermediary to the other, you always lose something in translation. So by the time you actually get to the source of the money, the whole story has changed. And by the time the money gets to the recipient, it comes to so many other regulations and requirements, which is not needed. So I think these are some of the gaps that really need to close for us to be able to increase the flow. And then on advocacy, I think that similar to adaptation and other issues that took so long for advocacy to really rise, I think the issue is how many people really understand the enormous potential of gender data being able to unlock long-term impacts when it comes to the many other sectors that we work, not just climate. And I think the more we can get public support behind this, the more the advocacy would happen, and the more that funders and finance institutions will be convinced that this is something that really needs to happen. I always used to say that I've never gone to a climate strike and see someone holding a placard that says adaptation now, everything was around fossil fuel for majority of the time. And I think it was because many young people also didn't understand what adaptation was. And the less people understand, the more they feel not inclined to be able to advocate, because they don't understand what it means in reality. So I think that we have a very long journey to go when it comes to advocacy, getting everyone to understand what is the potential, what is the scale of impact we could unlock if we could actually have gender data that is accurate and coming from the right people. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated that thought-provoking image around whether we've seen these signs, but also your comments about how do we ensure that we're actually provoking the level of understanding and commitment around advocacy around gender justice. So appreciate that. So now we are turning to you all to ask some questions to the panelists, and so we are open. Oh, thank you. That was quick. So number 56, if we could. Oh, yes, great. And then we'll go from there. Oops. Do we? Okay. Okay. Good. Oh, sorry.
Hello, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Balki Salahuddin Ibrahim. I'm a farmer in Nigeria, and yesterday I joined this session virtually, and we're asked not to ask questions, so I had to find my way here today just because of this event. I think I like the transition of yesterday's panel sessions and today's panel session. And I like that I'm also asking my question just after Joshua has spoken, because we keep going to communities, we keep gathering data. What happens after these data have been gathered? You come, this person comes, another person comes. What happens when this data has been gathered? Communities have high expectations when they see us, when they see you people in their communities. They have high hopes, they want to feel like, oh, something is coming to them. But you just come, you gather this data, and you leave. And then we come to COPs like this, and we present the data. So what happens afterwards? That's like my first point. But my question now is, as a young farmer from Africa, right, we do not have access to a lot of things, even within our own country. And when we come to rooms like these, we want to be able to tell our story, to be able to access funding and facility. So when do we move from mapping out problems to mapping out solutions that young people, women are leading in their community, and see rooms for escalating and funding it? Because if we don't have enough funding, we can't do anything, right? Funding is one. And then you have the policy, you have different blockages in your country. But funding is one key thing that in Africa we don't have access to. So I think we need to start moving from also, as much as we're mapping out the challenges, can we start mapping out solutions that has been developed by people in these communities and see how we can fund them more so that they can grow more and, be able to empower more people in their community. So that's I don't know if it's an intervention or a question, but I hope that people who are in this room, who are responsible for these things, understand that we're tired of hearing the challenges. I am tired of you telling me that this is a problem in my community, in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Kenya, Tanzania. I know. You know I know. So what is the solution? I have the solution. Are you going to provide the financing for the solution? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have 4 more questions, so just keeping that in mind as we pace. And so thank you for that very substantive question. Does someone want to respond, or do we want to take the other questions at once? All right, so we'll take the other questions, and then so people just make a note. We'll take the other questions and go from there. So I think we have a queue here. Someone who asked first was it's okay, you don't have to wait like that. So we have it all on this thing. So microphone number 25, we're gonna get that question.
Thank you so much. My name, I will speak in Spanish. María José Lubertino de la Red, okay, again. Soy María José Lubertino, de la Red Ecofeminista Latinoamericana y del Caribe. Yo vivo en Argentina, es una red formada por investigadoras, indígenas, campesinas y abogadas defensoras de derechos. En primer lugar, quiero decir que la información es poder, pero además de investigar, tenemos que lograr que las personas se puedan apropiar de esa información. Entonces, para mí es muy importante que discutamos en este ámbito que el financiamiento no es solo para investigar, sino también para que esa información llegue a las personas a las que supuestamente queremos beneficiar. Segunda cuestión, este panel analiza barreras y soluciones, y a mí me parece que hay que dividir esto en dos puntos que son cruciales. Es quién financia y para qué financia. ¿Financian las empresas en un contexto de extractivismo? ¿Para qué financian? En ese sentido, hay distintos tipos de empresas. Estamos acá en este país donde, bueno, estamos discutiendo cambio climático y la producción de fósiles es la que manda. Pero incluso hay financiamiento de empresas amigables al ambiente, pero en un punto también estamos haciendo una transición energética en el norte global que está recayendo sobre las espaldas del ecocidio en el sur global. Esto hay que decirlo porque también ¿qué están financiando cuando nos hacen investigaciones para imponer una transición que termina siendo injusta para nuestros países y nuestras regiones en el sur? En ese punto me parece que hay que también decir algunas cuestiones y en muchos casos los gobiernos entran en este financiamiento global contrayendo deuda que termina violando los derechos humanos de las personas en nuestros países. Entonces, todo eso es un entramado bastante complejo que me parece que tiene que ser puesto sobre la mesa en términos de lo que son las barreras. Y por el otro lado, también me parece que en nuestro caso, América Latina no está teniendo financiamiento para nada casi, y es una de las regiones del planeta con peores situaciones de muertes, impactos y situaciones dramáticas de, digamos, de atemorizar a periodistas, atemorizar a las defensoras ambientales, atemorizar y amenazar a comunidades. Y esto va a empeorar si no cambia el sistema. Entonces, disculpen que esta intervención no sea muy amigable o muy simpática, pero me parece que si estamos hablando de barreras hay que empezar por ahí y nos gustaría tener algunas reflexiones de ustedes sobre para qué se financia, Y la otra cosa que es muy importante para nosotras feministas es que gran parte de los financiamientos tienen que ver con paliar las consecuencias de la crisis climática que los propios que financian generaron, en lugar de trabajar y financiar la prevención y el cambio de modelo que detenga la crisis climática. Y las feministas y las mujeres estamos en la primera línea del debate y de los conocimientos para la prevención. Para eso las mujeres indígenas, las mujeres campesinas y nuestras científicas estamos trabajando en esta línea. Entonces, me parece muy importante escuchar algunas reflexiones sobre esta provocación que estoy haciendo con mucha buena fe y buena voluntad para que las cosas cambien. Gracias.
Thank you very much. So, appreciate that. And so I'm not sure what we're doing on time. I know we're over, and I know we started late, but I want to check on that. If someone could let me know. But in the meantime, I know there's like now 4 questions and questioners, and I think in order to kind of really respect the fact that we want all those folks to get their question in, we're going to have to kind of go quickly on the question situation, just so that everyone has opportunity to be heard. And so just to let you know, we have 27, 45, 106, and 75 in the queue, because it's going by who pushed the thing on their microphone. So first we're going with number 27, and again, super brief, because I'm just not sure where we are time-wise. I think someone's going to tell me. But number 27, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and I should thank the panelists for really a good content they have shared. I wouldn't want to take much up of the time. My question is really directed to the Jeff representative there, and specifically on the project support. When we develop and do gender assessment for each project, quite a very interesting things, and I think from the party perspective, anyway, I didn't introduce myself. I'm from Namibia, Gender Focal Point on Climate Change, UNFCCC. We realized that at time we would develop this project assessment in terms of gender, develop the gender action plan, but as many other speakers and the panelists have indicated, this is like an added on issue to the project just for us to satisfy the policy requirement on gender for those specific financials. And I think this is not just for Jeff, but we have also seen that with the project's initiative of GCF, you end up having this gender action plan, but there is no financial resources attached to that action plan. So the same cause applies to our GAP for definitely parties. It is a dilemma. I don't know if there are support, readiness support, especially for Jeff, to ensure that when we develop this assessment, they go deeper beyond gender segregation in terms of male and female, but for us also to create initiatives that are gendered informed and gender focused, interventions that are built in project initiatives, making social developmental transformation and giving us such perspective in terms of indicators to report from. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I feel like we only have now 30 seconds left to answer the questions that have been posed so far. So I'm not sure, should we just, okay, yeah. So unfortunately, I'm so sorry for 106, 45, and 75, because we're gonna have to just expressly answer those questions that have been posed so far and then cut it off. So sorry about that. If anyone has any very brief responses, super brief. Barbara? Verona? Okay, Verona's going first.
Maybe if I, sorry, to the question directed to the Jeff, and maybe you can also chime in. Regarding your point about support for gender assessment, there is normally in a project, there is a budget for project preparation grant. And within that project preparation grant, there has to be as a part of it which will support the development of the gender action plan and eventually the implementation and the reporting. But I know and I'm admitting that there's more to do on that and more resources has to be put in it, including the gender action plan. We're proposing a gender action plan that's budgeted. It's not at the moment done in a systematic way, but we're getting there. And finally, in terms of gender indicators to report on, I mentioned earlier, we're also getting into that and doing this initial analysis on the socioeconomic data of our in our projects where gender indicators will fit in, and hopefully we will be able to come up with some more specific guidance on reporting on gender results. But just to say that we take it very seriously, our council members take it very seriously, and therefore the Jeff Secretariat is also on it. So thank you.
Thank you. To add on that, when we are developing gender action plan, we have seen that there is a need of segregate data. And it is where we have seen as an organization that it is an opportunity for us to have different categories of data, which is usually hard for us to collect data. But through the ICI project, we have been benefiting that we are going to collect data that are very segregated, and has been a gap for us for a long time. And through GAF, we have a budget for this activity. So it is also where we identify the cultural indicators through this action plan. So it is something that will bring benefit to the community and even to the organization that despite the data are challenging, but it is where we can now get some different data to collect from different communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, maybe it's a message. Okay, come on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, thank you. Two very quick points I wanted to make. The first one was that gender mainstreaming is not just about sexually segregated data. I think just adding male-female to a particular indicator doesn't really achieve any impact. So I think that's the first one. Second, show me your budget and I'll tell you where your priorities are. If gender is not a line item and is not identified as something that is funded separately, it's very unlikely to happen. And I think that is a message that we collectively need to keep making to donors. I think there's increasing awareness, but just lumping gender into a broad pool of things that need to happen is not enough for it to actually happen. Gender mainstreaming costs money. We want to achieve a change in behavior in terms of how companies act, policymakers act, and that, as everything in life, requires money and there is a cost. So I think that's a very important principle for us all collectively to pursue.
Okay.
No, I will quickly add that I think that one of the things that I said earlier around being an add-on and the way to go around that is I think we have to be bold in also, as Barbara said, being very specific on that. We need money to implement these plans. If you make the plan also only as a requirement to access money from JEF or from Adaptation Fund, is the indicator that's going to score, you get a resource, but you don't have money to implement that plan. And I think being very bold to ask that you need specific dedicated funding to implement that plan that you've developed is very, very essential. And I think that is an ask that really needs to happen to get donors awareness around the fact that this requires funding. It's not just a wishful thinking. What we did at the Youth Climate Justice Fund was actually reaching out to some of our grantees and asking, you've only put project activities. When do you have money to build your strategy? When do you have money to hold your retreat and to convene and to plan? And many locally led organizations never have money to do that. So you just keep hopping from project to project, and at the end of the day, you have a lot of experience, but you never have the luxury of time and to actually pay a knowledge manager to actually convert all of that into something that can actually empower you to even grow bigger. So I think these are some of the things that really need to happen. And to the first question around the point of enough of the challenges, I think that that is true. At the same time, you know, there is no scarcity of resources. There's a lot of money in this world, and that could go to a lot of projects. The question is, we need to keep beating the drum again and again and again. I mean, that's why we have a 28th session of this conference. We could also stop and say there's a lot of solutions and we can just go home, but it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. We need to be able to think from a position of how do we fund to scale. And I think the saddest thing I've seen for both youth, gender, and other minority indigenous is that our initiatives are always pilot projects. And they are cited as an example somewhere, but the big funding always go to big corporates. For that to change again, we need to talk about it, and we need to have open conversations about it and really ask for big amounts that can help us to implement projects that can actually scale. Yeah.
Jacqueline, if I may just briefly add, I think this is why we need more fit-for-purpose capital solutions, as well as when you're designing a funding mechanism that's trying to support, let's say, women smallholder farmers in Nigeria, have you consulted with them to think about what is a specific type of capital but non-capital support that you need as well in designing even a facility that's then disseminating funding? So participation, collaboration, and bridging all the dots.
Thank you. I'll also be brief in my response. I think, Ibrahim, you talked about where does the data go, right, in terms of use. And I think in the spirit of your next questions, talking about how we should be more solution-oriented, I think some of the answers actually were in this conference in terms of integrating all these sources of data that your data can be used to inform policy. I think Kenya is a good example of how it's integrating community data with official data through the statistics office, that recognition of that. So there is an opportunity for that data to be used to inform policy change through the integration of all these kinds of different data sources. From the comment from Ecofeminist, I think it really highlights the challenge that we've talked about here today. Like, where is the money going to? You talked about it's not enough, it's not getting to Latin America. Where is it going to? Who is funding it? And I think part of the solution is for us to be included in, conceptually defining the what is considered as the right kind of financing for women, how those projects that are likely to have that impact. And this is part of what we want to do at development initiatives when we're tracking financing, and we would welcome collaborations and conversations around this area in terms of improving that transparency and ensuring that financing has an impact for women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panelists. There's been so much richness to what's been shared. It's impossible to really summarize it, especially since we're completely out of time. But we've heard that it's not just about collecting data, it's how we use data. We've heard that women's participation, access to natural resources, access to social and economic benefits are critical foci. We've heard that direct financing is needed for thriving ecosystems, and we've seen what happens when gender financing goes right, as the example that Nima put forward. We've heard that we need to look at all points of gender equality and in terms of the care economy and so forth, and support more intersectional approaches. We've heard that we need to improve transparency, inclusivity, and that we need to make sure that the interventions that are well-intentioned don't create duplication, that we need to streamline. We've heard the lack of trust as to where the data is coming from is a big, major component, and that we need to actually trust the communities that are generating data. We've heard such great questions from the audience, too many that we can actually take in. But again, thank you for everyone for your participation. Thank you all. Yes.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline and panelists. Very, very interesting conversation. I learned so many things, so I feel so humbled to have so many experts on this topic. Thank you so much for that. So now, as usual, we're gonna move on to hear your thoughts from the room, right? If we can have the technicians please pull the QR code for you to give us some answers. So please scan the code and let us know what you think. We're going to give a few seconds until all of you have time to scan. All right, maybe we can move to the question. So please rank in order of importance, what should decision makers prioritize in terms of financing, gender, and environment data? And you have 5 options there. finance statistical activities, encourage private sector contributions, support reprocessing of existing data, invest in new technologies and approaches, and fund spaces for CSOs, youth leaders, indigenous peoples, local communities, and others to work with official data producers. I know it's not an easy choice, especially you have to rank, right? So. Okay, so we seem to have more or less an answer, right, with funding spaces for civil society and many other actors, right, to be able to contribute, followed by statistical activities and the importance of funding statistical activities. So thank you so much for that. And with this, I want to give the floor to my colleague Jamie, who will take us through the next session. Thanks again to our panel. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Here we are, session 7. So it's been 2 days of conversations, dialogue. So just want to take a moment, if everyone wants to just do a little bit of an arm stretch and a hoorah that we're here at session 7. Let's get started. So this session is called The Road to a Sustainable Tomorrow, a global call to action on gender and environment data. So this high-level session will aim to highlight the importance of mainstreaming gender and environment data to inform the discussions in COP28, future COPs, and drive feminist action, climate action globally. So on this note, I'd like to ask Aishka, His Excellency Teofilusi, His Excellency Tay, Her Excellency Razan, and Frida to please come up on the stage. And as everyone is coming up on the stage, it's my pleasure to reintroduce you to Aishka. Aishka was one of our amazing speakers yesterday, and she is also our moderator for this session. Aishka is a climate justice activist and organizer based in the UAE. Her work focuses on ensuring the leadership and meaningful participation of those at the front lines of the climate crisis, which is reflected in her advocacy with Fridays for Future MAPA, which stands for Most Affected People and Areas. She is also a UNICEF youth advocate to the UAE and the youth lead for the Action Coalition on Feminist Action for Climate Justice, FACJ, under Generation Equality. Aishka, the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Hello, everybody. I hope you are all holding up and doing well as we approach the closing of this incredible conference that we have had over the past 2 days. I have the honor of moderating this session and being part of the call to action towards the end of this session. And I am joined by experts in the field. And to begin the session, we have the Minister for International Development and Global Climate Change and Policy, Dan Jorgensen, has been a strong advocate for the importance of considering gender equality in supporting climate adaptation programs. Joining us with a video statement, we are interested to know Denmark's role in improving collection of data and increasing data use for policy making. So I hope we can have the video played.
Ladies and gentlemen, It is an honor to speak to you at the end of what I hope has been a successful conference. I wish I could be here in person, as this topic is truly close to my heart. As Minister for Development Cooperation and Global Climate Policy, I have visited many countries like Fiji, Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And I've witnessed firsthand the devastating impacts of climate change on women and girls, who are very often the ones affected the most. I've seen how climate change intensifies existing gender inequalities and how it prolongs the cycle of marginalization. The facts speak for themselves. Wherever gender-based inequality exists, climate change is making it worse. For instance, consider this. Women and girls have a 14 times higher risk of dying of climate-related disasters. 14 times. This is obviously completely unacceptable. To tackle the link between climate change and gender inequality, we need accurate data. We must understand the problem we are facing. Unfortunately, for too long, gender has been overlooked in global data collection efforts. This hinders our ability to truly address the inequalities arising from climate change. This has to change. So, where do we begin? First, we need gender disaggregated data that captures the gender-specific experiences with climate change. This will allow us to identify the precise needs and vulnerabilities of different genders. This will ensure that no one is left behind in our climate adaptation efforts. Second, we must invest in women's leadership and decision-making power. Studies consistently show that involving women lead to better outcomes in their communities. Lastly, collaboration across sectors is key. We must support research, share best practices, and guarantee the necessary resources for gender transformative policies. Denmark is committed to play its part in the years ahead. Thank you.
We appreciate and welcome His Excellency Dan Jorgensen's recommendations and insights that he delivered through the video. And now I have the pleasure to turn to His Excellency Tafusi Tiote, Minister for Finance, Revenue and Customs of Kingdom of Tonga. Your Excellency, Tonga has recently concluded the first Gender and the Environment Survey. How are you planning to scale up data use in the country? And how will you use these findings for policy making?
Thank you, Osika. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here with you today. And I'd like to begin by thanking the government of the United Arab Emirates for hosting us, and also as well as the COP presidency, UN Women, UNFCCC, UCAN, and UN Climate Change High-Level Champions, and WEDO for inviting me to this event. Over the past 2 days, all of you in this room have been working tirelessly to identify a way forward to ramp up the production and use of gender environment data. This is an important achievement, and I am encouraged by your determination to call for action in this regard. We need urgent solutions to the triple planetary crisis, and we need solutions that are inclusive. But to craft effective policies and make smart investments, we need the data to guide us. In my country, as you've been heard and also presented with the survey result yesterday, the Kingdom of Tonga, we recently conducted a national survey on gender and the environment. The survey showed that every Tongan is experiencing the effects of climate change. Everyone has witnessed disasters, and many experience more than one disaster, 4 disasters in the past 12 months prior to the survey alone. This is not only affecting people's livelihoods, but also their health. Climate change is also worsening women's domestic and care work burdens and lengthening the amount of time people spend practicing agriculture, fishing, or collecting forest products to maintain their yields. So climate change is affecting the availability of food, fish, and resources. Importantly, the survey showed that women and men are experiencing the effects of climate change differently. This is a notable takeaway for all of us decision makers, as we will need to put policies in place that respond to their differentiated needs. Collecting these data was not easy, because Tonga is an archipelago with very small, very remote and hard to reach areas. Many people have been displaced by disasters and relief effects of climate change. But the excellent team of the Tonga Statistics Department managed to conduct interviews and able to gather the survey results regardless of how far people lived and how difficult it was to reach them. So if Tonga is, with its remote location and limited human and financial resources for data collections, managed to roll out this survey, I think every one of us can do it. I'd like to honor those Tongans, women and men of various ages and backgrounds who, despite the experiences, trauma from recent volcanic eruptions and other climate hazards, spared their precious time to make the survey a success and provide the information. It is essential that we make use of these data in effective and transformative ways, because livelihoods of people and well-being are at stake. If we don't take urgent action, we will continue losing the battle to climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and overall environmental degradation. This is why I hereby respond to your call to action by committing to making the most of this data, and as Tonga Minister responsible for statistics, committing to working with other members of the Tonga government to examine the issues raised by the survey, the data in detail, and putting in place policy responses that will benefit the women and men in Tonga, our environment, and our islands. Ladies and gentlemen, I see the value of gender and environment data, because without it, we are operating in the dark. As we gear up for the 2 weeks of climate change discussions, let's remember what we have learned from our survey, and let's keep in mind the differentiated needs of women and men, and let's ensure that we put in place the measures we need for the sustainable and inclusive future. And I think we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I believe that Tonga's ambitious initiative really sets the standards that we want to see implemented across the world. And now please allow me to turn to His Excellency Tejun Huk, the Director General Ministry of Women from Cambodia. Your Excellency, a strong message in the global call to action is the need to strengthen measurements of the gender and environmental nexus. What are Cambodia's plans to close the gender data gap, and how do you expect to use this data once it's available?
Thank you. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, allow me to thank to the host and organizer and everyone for making this global happen. And I have learned a lot from all of you, and also the insight, inspiration that also can help me as well to shaping my priority. It's also linked to what the moderator asked. Before sharing you what kind of we are doing on closing this gap, allow me to share you very brief about the content of what we start and what we are doing on gender and climate change and also environment. So we are, as the Ministry of Women Affairs, we working as the expert and also as the catalyst to link with the Environment Ministry, to link with the Climate Change Committee, and also with the Disaster Management Inter-Ministry Committee, and also as well work with in the data. We also work with the National Statistics Institute as well. So in terms of that, the ministry also work across the government on how to mainstreaming gender, working with all the line ministry. In terms of gender and climate change, we also work inside of the policy framework, which is in Cambodia. We also have integrate gender intervention and women empowerment in the climate change and green development and green growth policy. And last year we also worked with the Disaster Management Committee for conducting the midterm review, and also we insert the gender indicator and also in M to develop the M&E framework. This also getting support from UNDP and also UN Women on how to influence this process as well. And in terms of gender and data, Cambodia has been working on building evidence for gender mainstreaming work as well as the urging for stakeholders for using the gender statistics as part of gender analysis to inform the policy development and also other policy level work. So when we're talking about how to promote and address the gap on gender in statistics and gender in this, we look into how into 4 categories for promoting the gender ecosystem on data and statistics. Number 1, we work through the national statistics system. So that's why, like what I mentioned in the beginning, on how to make sure that the national institute, they produce the data more gender responsive, putting the questionnaire, working with them on building the capacity, and also how to make sure the quality and also the use of the data and the result from the national survey. And number 2 is about sectoral data, or let's call like how to work with the institution, like because it's not only depend on the national survey or national data, but also how to work with the environment ministry, how to work with the climate change committee in order to produce more gender responsive data and statistics. And number 3 is about administrative data. It's about how the line ministry agency, they conduct their own data and statistics for in line of their administrative from the national into the subnational level. And number 4 is about we not only rely just wait from these 3 in order to make the ecosystem more inclusive, because some question, some dimension could not respond or cover all of these 3. So that's why we also need to work on the study, work on how to work with the research institute on making more in-depth analysis, and also how to work on the concept of no one left behind. For example, like indigenous group, remote area, emerging issue, something that we need to work on. So this is something that we are finding a way for mapping on where the gap and how we can do more. So last year we worked with the line ministry, consult with the civil society and also the activists in our country in order to develop the national guideline for gender statistics on climate change. So this is something that we give the tool and we give the questionnaire on and the checklist on how to support the line ministry, also the agency from the government, to look into inside their sectoral statistics and inside their administrative work in order to see what the gap. We learn from the global standard and also from the research and study that developed in our country, where is the gap from the national statistics and also from the sectoral and administrative that cook the data for the public. So this is something that we try to put the questionnaire checklist in order for having a guideline for them. So this is number 2 that we produced last year. So we will keep working on this in order to reduce the gap on where we would like to improve more inclusive data and statistics on gender, environment, and climate change. And in the coming year, in 2024, Cambodia is committed to produce the national gender and climate change data, which is, will inform us about gender issues related to environment, including climate change, disaster risk reduction, natural resource management. So this will also, because whenever we depend on too much on the guideline that we support to the line ministry, there would be some missing opportunity would be more because some line ministry and some slowing process from the line ministry or from the technical part will not really give us the whole ecosystem statistics and data for informing the policy and also informing the progress on this issue. So that's why we work with the National Statistics Institute in order to do this. And now we are working with our colleague and partner from Women Count and also Women for doing this with the National Institute of Statistics. And right now in Cambodia, allow me to add one more, because more and more when we work on this, now gender and data become more crucial. Because for us in Cambodia, we are now in the agenda of gender transformative approach. So it's not only in the climate change and data, but in the whole approach of the government. So when we start moving from the gender responsive to the gender transformative approach, now we prioritize into some area. For example, like we work through the national budget system on gender responsive budgeting. So when we move on this budget performance that we work with the National Ministry of Finance, they really need the data to inform the gap, to provide the evidence where the budget stands for and how the gender responsive budgeting happens. So this is a golden opportunity for us that when we launch the partnership with the Ministry of Finance, they really need on this evidence. So gender data is very crucial. And move on, we are now working on the guideline and the data that we work with the National Statistics. It's also very helpful for in linkage with that priority. And number 2, for gender transformative, it's also linked to the harmony, linked to having indicator and the target, gender indicator and target. So this is also help us a lot when we start from gender responsive to gender transformative approach on the concept of harmonies and indicators. So that's why this is very important for us. And when we start on that, we now in the process for formulating the approach on how we move this agenda in our country. So, you know, because when we talk about gender transformative approach, we cannot move something very general, but we need to move a very specific manner in the specific sector. For example, like right now, we work with UN Women on selecting some line ministry and sector on how to apply gender responsive budgeting. So we will use the gender guideline on gender and statistics on applying this into some few select line ministry. We also work with other partners as well on care economy, on gender economic, digital economic, and digital gap. So this is something that, just to confirm you that when we move the topic and the agenda of the country from gender responsive to the gender transformative, data is become more crucial for us. And also for the policymaker and for the sectoral actor to see how they invest to the right direction and how gender is really important into the heart of the sector that they taking into account. And I also would like to inform as well that in the aim and also in the attention that we work, when we use the data, when we use the statistic, gender statistic and data through this approach, we also expect that the public investment will also provide more as well to invest for the producing the gender data as well, because for our starting point, we might need more partner to support on producing this. But later on more and more, when they see the importance of this, we can also use that experience in order to find a way for asking the public investment for doing this data as well. And let me also conclude that even doing this, we still also put one of the important is about please keep doing more research and study, because if we rely on the national, sectoral, and administrative data, it's really not enough. But using the research study can help a lot for informing the gap that we still need to do more. So thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for demonstrating that moving from gender responsive to gender transformative is not superficial, but it can actually be made possible, and there is an urgent need for us to make that transition from going towards responsive action to transformative action, as well as highlighting the need towards multi-sectoral approaches that leaves no one behind, as well as diversifying our sources of funding structures. Now, I have the pleasure to invite Her Excellency Rozan Al-Mubarak, IUCN President and UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP28. Your Excellency, I must say that I have been invited to several panels with you, but it never worked out. So sitting here, I truly feel like an accomplished fangirl.
I do too, by the way. I've quoted you yesterday, I don't know if you were told, in the youth platform, so thank you for always inspiring all of us and keeping us honest and genuine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, as the president of IUCN and, of course, the high-level climate champion to COP28, you are wearing many hats. What are your reflections on the global call to action, and what is your recommendation to everyone in the room and those who are tuning in with us online on how to take the messages into the COP28 discussions?
Thank you so much, and I'm genuinely inspired with what you said yesterday in the panel. Numbers are surely statistics, but they're more than that. They do tell stories, and they need to be preceded with nuances and real contexts that are written by the people who are represented by these numbers. Gender equality must be mainstreamed throughout COP28. It's not just about providing gender disaggregated data. It's about representation. It's about being in the room when we are designing what the future economy needs to look like. Because we do not want a future economy or a future transition based on renewable energies that repeats the mistakes of this economy and excludes women. We also know, and the numbers show this, and that's why numbers are important, because when women are in the room, we tend to design more equitable processes. When we are in the room negotiating peace and security, those agreements tend to outlive the ones that exclude women when they're not in the room. So we need to ensure that, yes, data is there, but so is representation, and so is advocacy to ensure that this new transition, this new energy transition is just and does not also leave women behind. The other thing is, what is this data for? We keep talking about it is there to help enable finance. I have been flabbergasted by some of the headlines in some of these conferences. Billions are being pledged, but when you're on the ground, you hear time and time again, where is the money? Where is the finance? And the thing is, absolutely, climate crises and the overexploitation of natural resources are global issues, but they do require local grassroots actions and solutions. But then the solutions that are being designed are designed at the global level and are managed and designed by global players, and yes, mainly from the global north. And that support seldomly reaches indigenous peoples' organizations, local communities, women's organizations on the ground. And we must disrupt this. And the only way to disrupt it is if we're in the room, if we're armed with information and data, and we are able to co-design the financial vehicles that actually enable the work that we do on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your valuable remarks. And I truly hope that I really urge all of us to take the hope, the trust, the solidarity that we have built across the past 2 days and the very insightful and critical conversations that we indulged in the past 2 days with you as we go into the COP28 discussions. That is truly important so that we don't leave this information in this very hall, but we take it with us where decisions are going to be made. Now, I have the honor to turn to Frida Gituk, the Executive Director of Growth Kenya. Frida, we heard yesterday about the power that non-conventional and citizen-generated data can hold. From a civil society organization's perspective, what are your reflections on the global call to action? And how is Growth Kenya strengthening citizen-generated data?
Thank you very much, Ashika. My name is Frida Githuku. I lead Growth Kenya, which is a network of community-based women organizations that are organized in a national movement. I'm adding the title of Her Excellency to myself and Ashika because I'm seated in a table that is full of excellencies. Now, I want to begin with sharing with you some stories. And one of the speakers in the previous session said that she wants to hear about solution, and I associate with her desire. I've been working with Growth for 13 years, a big movement of grassroots women, and I have seen women go out, collect data on the impact of unclean cooking on their own health and how much it slows gender equality. I've seen them negotiate with local leaders using that citizen-generated data in the quality that it is. It doesn't matter what a professional researcher might think or a statistician, but that data that they collect, analyze and interpret themselves, and they have used it to negotiate with their local leaders to an extent where their local leaders have allocated resources from their county public budgets for promotion of adoption of clean cooking solution. So there are solutions that are happening. They might be happening at not at the big scale that we desire, but these are things that we can draw from. I have seen women collect data on access to household water and the impact, of course, of climate change on water scarcity. And they have used the data on how much time and effort that themselves and girls and young men are using in their household to look for water. They have negotiated with public water utilities, and I've seen them succeed in the sense that the public water utilities have erected water kiosks in their municipality, meaning that now women are spending less time to go look for that water. They have less risk. They are not as exposed as they were when they had to travel to go to fetch water in the rivers nearby and sometimes very far. I have also seen women in different contexts create community inventories of fragile ecosystems in their counties, you know, creating inventories of their common lands. These are common resources that they feel that if they are left exposed as they are, then their sustainability is at risk. So they've taken initiative and created inventories of these common resources that exist in their counties, and they are using those inventories to negotiate with their local leaders on how they can be protected, how they should be secured, and how resources should be allocated to make sure that these fragile ecosystems do not continue to be overexploited or destroyed by the larger community. So there are positive case studies, best practices that we are seeing among the grassroots women, the rural women, the indigenous women on the power of data and how they are using data in a context of limited resources, because when they go to lobby with their leaders, remember they are competing with the capitalists, they are competing with small-scale traders, they are competing with other needs. So you really, really have to have the evidence to make your case, and data has done exactly that. So how are we strengthening the citizen-generated data? One is by growing the movement. Interesting grassroots organization, national organization, local organization to appreciate the value that data and citizen-generated data hold in accelerating gender equality, in accelerating the sustainability agenda. And I can authoritatively say that globally, I think Kenya is a country that is leading in putting citizen-generated data into use. And I will tell you why. And our Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is present in the room. I know they can collaborate that information. The reason why I think we are one of the leaders is the extent to which the civil society in Kenya, or the CGD community, as we like to call ourselves, have been very intentional in how we collaborate with the National Statistical Office. Some of the things that we have achieved together is a quality criteria on how citizen-generated data is validated, is evaluated by our National Statistical Office so that it can be used for SDG reporting and it can be used for, you know, other development agenda. And towards, to that extent, we have collaboratively established a technical working committee for citizen-generated data. That's information that you can get online. I don't know whether people can see it from the screen. This is the terms of reference for the Technical Working Committee on Citizen-Generated Data in Kenya. If you know another country that has reached here, you can tell me, but I invite anyone who would want to learn to visit us and get to learn on the steps that we have taken as a country. And we have more than 6 civil society organizations that are submitting their data inventory to the National Statistical Office, and it is being used for official reporting. And these are stories of progress. This journey started more than 9 years ago. We were not as collaborative as we were today because, of course, the two sides will always be suspicious. In most cases, we are suspicious of each other, but we have overcome all that because the data that is being generated by the citizen, it's for our own good, it's for our common development. And it doesn't mean that by collaboration we undermine the citizen agency of making sure that we are safeguarding the space of the citizen in producing that data, in analyzing that data, and in putting it into use. The other way that we are strengthening citizen-generated data, of course, is building capacities of actors across both sides, both with the civil society, but also with the government, especially at the devolved level, because data in itself, it's only useful if it is put into use. We want a bigger movement with the non-state actors, but even within government, especially in our counties, we want as many policymakers as possible be comfortable to interact with these data sets to understand when civil society speaks and it's speaking using citizen-generated data. We want them to understand what we are saying so that they can then take in our input and use it in planning. So equipping this, I will call it movement, but it's both with state and non-state actors, equipping this movement with tools, with the capacity and the knowledge to be able to interact with citizen-generated data. And we have been very intentional. Like I've said, there's a committee that exists, so it is systematized engagement. It is not ad hoc engagement. It's not engagement because there is money. It is not engagement because Groots is running a project. It's an engagement that has been fully systematized. There is a committee that has a terms of reference that goes out to check where are the data gaps existing. Then where can we find data sets outside the national statistical system that can fill in the data gaps that exist. Then they check through this data and we use it to fill these gaps that we are talking about. And I invite anyone who would want to learn from that process that has been steered both by the National Statistical Office and by the civil society, which I represent, to really get in touch with us. In terms of the global call for action, as we call for more investment in the gender and environment data, I think it's also good to look at what are the fundamentals, so that we are also collecting data on the nuances. If you think about why people would be keen in protecting the environment and the landscapes that they live in, one, they need to feel that they are secure. So the security of tenure is very critical. Yet we have a very big gap on people access, control, and ownership of land. People's data on territorial rights. I think that's an area where, in terms of the global call for action, I would like us to have that as one of the demands. The other thing is that recognize the fact that we can use data to make local solutions mainstream and to undo the narratives that have been built for us by the capitalists, that only big data will help us to achieve the sustainability agenda. It is not true, but they have more space, they have a more loud mouth than we do, but if we use data, we can make the local solution more mainstream. Ogiek people are using data to make their case in court, to defend their territorial rights. They have very, very nice best practices on conservation, but today they are being evicted from the forest because they are seen. They are not recognized for that role. We can use data to make a case for that community. I also feel that we have a lot of data sets that do not communicate with each other. If we can invest on cross-tabulation, there is data on sexual reproductive health and rights. There is data on gender-based violence, but we do not cross-tabulate, we do not cross-analyze this data with the data on the environment. Every time we are creating new data sets, I think we need to invest in further analysis of this data. But, lastly, I want to say this, that data is political and so is the language around data. Our intent is not to make citizen-generated data official statistics. We have to respect the citizen agency in citizen-generated data. Our intent is to use it for official reporting, to use it for decision-making, to use it for policy, but let us respect that this data is produced by the people. They must continue controlling it, and we need to respect their autonomy and agency in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Frida, for really highlighting the need for generation and governance of data that is by the people, for the people, and with the people. Now, to close out this event and this conference and the discussion and dialogues that we have been doing on the gender and environmental data, I have the pleasure of delivering the call to action. Now, closing the data gap on the gender and environmental nexus can enable the development of evidence-based policies and programs. This has been highlighted multiple times across today's sessions as well as yesterday's. But it requires tangible actions and results. Effective policies for a sustainable tomorrow can only be achieved through evidence-informed decisions. These require strategic efforts rooted in partnerships, sufficient investments in gender data, strengthened capacities of data procedures and users, and uptake and use of gender data by policymakers and advocates, just like how Frida demonstrated. Without data on the gender-environment nexus, policy cannot be evidence-informed. Progress towards their implementation cannot be measured, and advocates cannot make their cases for gender-inclusive environmental decision-making and research. Monitoring framework such as the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, the global set of climate change indicators, or the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Monitoring Framework do cover some of these topics. But gender data is almost completely unavailable for most countries and indicators. Out of the SDG goals, out of the 90 SDG indicators, only 10 of them mention gender. And hence, emerging from the dialogues at this conference, these are our following call to action. First, diversify data collection methods in a way that increases the production of qualitative and quantitative gender and environment data that is representative of the needs of the most impacted. Second, accelerate the use and uptake of gender and environment data for decision-making, program development, monitoring, research, and advocacy. Third, drive investments. Drive investments locally, regionally, and internationally for gender and environment data production, monitoring, analysis, and usage. Further, we also need to scale up financial support to grassroots organizations for the production and use of gender and environment data, including supporting citizen and community-generated data initiatives. Fourth, guarantee inclusion. This has been truly stressed by the intergenerational dialogue that we had today and the multi-stakeholder dialogues that we had today. Ensuring meaningful participation of women and girls organizations, indigenous peoples, grassroots movements and organizations, and local communities throughout all processes for generation and governance of data. And finally, the fifth demand is to create and strengthen multi-stakeholder partnerships for gender and environment data. I also take the opportunity as a young person working on the gender and climate nexus to reiterate that over the past days, across dialogues, youths who have come upon this podium have demonstrated that we are change agents. And we are multipliers of transformative behavior who have critical expertise, are leading innovative solutions on eliminating the gender and environmental data gap. Hence, our substantive participation, co-creation, and co-ownership across processes and decision-making is crucial in making advancements. I urge policy and decision makers here today to take this to heart and seek out new ways to strengthen intergenerational justice aligned with gender justice activities. Thank you so much. Now I invite your Excellencies panelists to join me in taking a picture with our call to action sign.
Yes, indeed. If well, it's not on. Hello? Hello? Is the podium mic on? Hello? Well, I'm going to give this a try. I can be loud when I want to be. So while we're taking a photo for everyone else, we want to take a quick stand and stretching break. We're just going to take a 2-minute pause here, have an opportunity for the photo, and we're going to transition panel. So just bear with us for a few minutes, and again, feel free to kind of do a little stretch. Hello? Hello? Thank you, everyone, and please welcome Sarah. She'll walk us through the closing remarks and the closing of this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Almost there. You guys have all been amazing. I am so impressed with the quality of interventions and the really, really inspiring ideas that we've heard over the last couple of days. So now, because I know everybody's very tired after 2 days of discussion, I'll just straight introduce our closing team, I would say, right? First, I would like to welcome Sarah Hendricks, Deputy Director of UN Women, to join us here on stage for some remarks. Thank you, Sarah.
Hello, colleagues in the room. I hope you can hear me okay. Yes, very good. Well, I do want to say that these 2 days have been just extraordinary. And allow me to just mention here those who have been on this last panel who brought to us the call to action. So with thanks to the Minister for Finance, Revenue and Customs from the Government of Tonga, Teofilusi Tioeti, to Dan Jorgensen, who is joining us virtually, the Minister for Development, Cooperation and Global Climate Policy from Denmark, to Tay Tunak, the Director General from the Ministry of Women in Cambodia, and also to Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, the IUCN President and UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP28. And of course, a huge thank you to our other excellencies, to Frida Gutuku from Groots, Kenya, and to Aisha Najib, who led and moderated that panel so beautifully and spoke so powerfully about the criticality of youth voice. In addition, I'd like to also acknowledge and appreciate the Ina Parvanova, the Director for Communications and Engagement for UNFCCC, who is also here with us today. And to all distinguished delegates in this room, to all climate champions in this room, to all ladies and gentlemen, I really would first like to just say thank you to UNFCCC and to the COP presidency for providing this amazing space for diverse and engaging discussion over these last 2 days. In addition to those partners, I'd like to acknowledge what an extraordinary collaboration it has been between IUCN, WEDO, and the high-level champions that have together brought this conference from concept all the way to realization. And so if you would join me in saying thank you and recognizing these wonderful partners. Over the past 2 days, statisticians, policymakers, advocates, I think there are journalists in the room, there are data scientists in the room, there are researchers in the room who have discussed the importance of both producing and using statistics that measure the nexus between gender and the environment. And a lot of progress has been made since we globally last spoke about this idea on the heels of the 66th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, where we concluded that it is critical to enhance gender statistics on climate change, on environmental degradation, and on disasters. And now we're here at COP28. Just as COP28 is about to launch in its fulsome, focused discussions where the world's governments will come around the table to discuss critical solutions to our global planetary crisis, it's been so clear that we need women's needs to be adequately addressed in global planetary crisis, and for this we need the right data. And we need the right data to inform and shape gender-responsive policies, to ensure that we monitor their impacts, including and especially on the most vulnerable, and to forecast what the future brings so we can enter and act on it. And very often in these last 2 days, we have heard the Gender Action Plan of the Lima Program of Work being mentioned. And it is the final year of implementation of the Gender Action Plan of the Lima Work Program. And as we look forward to the final year and to going forward into its next iteration, we know that having gender and environment data will be absolutely critical to this, to making concrete progress, but also to ensuring accountability. And throughout this conference, we've also heard about the challenges to having the right data, the right gender data. And we've also heard about the extraordinary efforts. It's been so exciting to listen to the stories from right across the world of the efforts to roll out surveys, to reprocess data, to bring forward citizen-generated data, to design innovative data methodologies. I'm really energized, for example, by the type of gender and environment survey conducted by Tonga. I hope we all heard concretely those experiences. I'm also energized by the new scorecard being produced by many partners, including UN Women, IUCN, which can serve as a key public accountability tool on gender-responsive government action. And this conference, I believe, has been marked by very strong engagement by you, the participants in the audience. It's been very engaging to hear your voices throughout these 2 days and the 7 sessions. We've heard very loudly and clearly that data collection and research must be done in a participatory way, that it must rebalance power dynamics, that it must use mixed methods that bring both quantitative and qualitative methodologies to the forefront. We need to prioritize knowledge from the bottom up. We've heard that message loud and clear. We need to prioritize data and knowledge that is researched and collected in a way that is both ethical as well as collaborative. And this requires capacity building. It also requires strong partnerships across a diversity of actors. And I'm really encouraged as we saw the call to action launch by the determination in leadership in calling the world to act. We need to increase investments to support the protection of gender and environment data and to ensure that stakeholders are empowered to actually use that data, that it gets produced, but that it's translated to use. It is key that this conversation doesn't end here today. So the call to action that you just saw Aisha launch for us all needs to be reflected in discussions and negotiations at this COP, but we also need gender statistics to be one of those connecting threads across all environmental discussions, including in future COPs. So it's our hope that what has been kicked off here this week will actually be strengthened and amplified, not just in the next 2 weeks, but throughout the COPs to come. I hope that all of us will be effective ambassadors for this important work by reflecting it in our discussions, in our conversations, in our advocacy, in our talking points. And we do believe that it is through the strong partnerships that have been fostered here and by leveraging our joint investments, by leveraging our technical knowledge, by leveraging our individual capacities that we'll really be able to step up to this challenge. So on behalf of UN Women, I very much look forward to renewing our progress next year. We count on your commitment and your support to enhance the production and also the use of gender and environment data. And we celebrate together with you all, together with us all, the call to action on counting on a sustainable future for all through gender and environment data. And with this, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for those words of encouragement and for your leadership for this work. Next, I would like to invite Ina Paranova, Director of Communications and Engagement of UNFCCC. Please.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and friends. As we come to close this impactful conference, I want to thank you for the active engagement and your commitment to critical issues at the heart of these discussions. Before we delve into closing reflections, I'd like to acknowledge the timeliness of our gathering. As Sarah just said, COP28 is just on the horizon. The global community will meet to address the urgent challenges posed by climate change. To inform reflections and decision-making in this field, we need a better grasp of existing inequalities and how they impact our interaction with the environment. The global stocktake is an opportunity to understand how well gender-climate information has been captured and how we can progress together on gender-responsive environmental action. The work under the Gender and Environment Data Alliance and the outcomes of this conference will be valuable in our efforts to address remaining gaps. Countries increasingly recognize the importance of taking social norms into consideration when drafting their climate plans. Over 2/3 of countries that updated their nationally determined contributions elaborated more on their plans to integrate gender. And a total of 79% of parties provide information on gender in these plans. However, these documents need to be put in practice, and this is where we know many of the challenges remain. We need robust information to guide our actions for a sustainable and just future. And the aspiration is to strengthen our understanding of intricate relationship between gender and the environment and put it into practice. There are persistent data gaps, but you can now collectively chart a course of action to bridge these. I also want to recognize how important collaboration and partnerships are in this context. Many of you have used the last 2 days to share your experience and make connections. This needs to happen at all levels. Strengthening collaboration will be instrumental in closing data gaps on gender, climate, and the environment. In this regard, I also thank our co-organizers for having partnered in an alliance on gender and environmental data, having come together to organize this conference. This is the type of multi-stakeholder collaboration that we need to adequately respond to the challenges of our time. I count on you to share the reflections and knowledge exchanged in the last 2 days and hope that they will be a catalyst for tangible action and transformative change. The global call to action on gender and environment data is a powerful vehicle in that regard. Thank you for your dedication and engagement, and let's continue advancing towards a sustainable, climate-safe, and gender-just future. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ina. Next, I would like to invite Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, IUCN President and UN Climate Change High-Level Champion of COP28. Please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Exactly what the 2 previous speakers have said. We're only able to achieve what we achieved because of incredible partnership. And we are also all here because we all believe that enhancing gender equality at COP28 and beyond is paramount. It is fundamental to achieve a just energy transition. Together with our partnership at COP28, we aim to support this global call to action, advocating for enhanced gender environmental data and its integration in global climate policies. At COP28, we also need to collectively advocate for gender balance and inclusive representation in all aspects, including negotiations, decision-making bodies, and delegations. At COP28, the partners and the COP presidency are also sponsoring a women's pavilion to educate and raise awareness on the gender climate policy gaps. But it is also there to celebrate the contribution of women in climate action throughout the world. And so I would really encourage all of you to visit the pavilion. At COP28, we're also dedicating increasing capacity to women delegations, because data has shown time and time again that the more women have a seat on the table, the faster we move on sustainability. I am extremely excited about the Gender and Policy Scorecard, because it's only by measuring our engagement and our inclusion in environmental and climate-related policy that we are able to ensure that finance is directed to women. And with that, and for that, I'm truly grateful to the partnerships for making it happen. Ultimately, as raised time and time again, we need to ensure that this COP directs finance to and for women.
Thank you all for your attention. Thank you all for your incredible participation. And this is just one day before the opening of COP28. Having this call to action front and center is a step forward in the inclusion of women and mainstreaming gender in climate action. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Excellency. So it's the end of this conference. So here we are. We've been with you for the past couple of days, bossing people around about what to do next and all of that. So we just wanted to take a minute to thank all of you for being here with us, providing amazing comments, amazing feedback, guiding us on where to go next. It's been truly, truly inspiring. So with this, we also want to take this opportunity to encourage you to take that call to action. Is your call to action, make it happen, basically. We all have our part to play, so, please take it and run, basically. And we also want to take this opportunity to thank a lot of people that made this conference possible, some of whom are here in this room and some of whom are not. So maybe I hand it over to Jamie or Katie?
Yeah, sure. Well, this has been an amazing couple of days, and so thank you so much. And as Sarah mentioned, the call to action belongs to everyone. Everyone who is registered, whether it's online or in person for this event, will receive an email once it's posted. So check your inboxes, and it'll be ready soon. But in the meantime, we really want to thank Laura, Camilla, Celia, Svenja, Lindsay, Vipke, Lydia, Shivi, Her Excellency Razan,
Fleur, Mika, Lauren, Jessamine, Papa, Alma, Layla, and Debo, as well as our photographer, our tech, our interpreters. Thank you so much. The facility staff, all of you, our participants, both online and in the room, everyone who shared their stories, making the people and the policies and in the data visible. And of course, finally to the UAE COP presidency for making this possible. And if you'd like to continue the conversation, we encourage you to check out genderenvironmentdata.org, where we have lots of useful resources on all of the topics that we've heard the past few days. So thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We're really touched. Thanks, everybody.
This is the floor channel. 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 channel. This is the floor 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 floor channel. This is the 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 floor floor channel. This is the 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 floor channel.